people can be replaced. And I think maybe when these people get a kind of a name or a brand for themselves, I mean, the brand is the name, like Trump is a brand, Biden is a brand. So all these
Oh yeah,
celebrities there, like Tom Cruise is a brand,
Putin is also a
Go ahead.
brand. Putin is also a brand.
Yeah, yeah, Putin, everybody, there's like anybody who is famous can be a brand, is a brand, really. And so that brand becomes more valuable than that one individual now, because it promotes an idea, right? Putin promotes an idea. And for a lot of people who are still like thinking about, oh, Putin's a good guy and he's going to be the savior of the world because he's Russia and Russia is against the Western demonic forces and stuff like that. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe, but there's also the possibility that he's playing a role like everybody else is, right? So is he bigger than his brand? I don't think so. And can he be replaced? Probably. Why not? How many Putins are out there? And then, of course, this news about Putin meeting up with Kim Jong Un over in North Korea is kind of making its round as well. And what to make of that? I don't know.
Yes, so if we understand that through whatever Antarctic Treaty or anything else, that they are all in cahoots on some level, then it more becomes then I have many pieces, because still, even in degrees, let's say, of waking up, or however you want to call it, understanding more, people oftentimes still draw barriers between different states or ideological groups or power groups geopolitically. And it may well be, as you said, these are just deliberately set up dialectics to bring about a further goal. And I would say, even with the strange occurrences in all of these wars, you had mentioned great ideas like why were certain troops withdrawn during wars? Why were they allowed to continue fighting? This and that. It's all very strange. And in the end, it looks like many, of course, of these conflicts and so on, they are simply orchestrations. Therefore, also, even the economic boom of any country is an orchestration. If we understand central bank interest rates, world financial markets, and so on, can we really believe that someone there is really honestly independent, as interwoven as all of these things are? Even if on certain level we can say, yes, Russia certainly has their own whatever credit card accounting background system now and all of that, which in a sense maybe a good thing, or may offer an alternative or something, but still it doesn't mean that overall they are not overall pushing a digitization agenda, real ID agenda, whatever else. And because there is many factors in terms of what the controllers would desire in terms of just having more control or more love or whatever they need, more consent, there's of course many different factors. And it's important not only to look at one thing, let's say, for example, an overhyped or with the proper name, gender confusion agenda, where you can say, oh, great, for example, in Europe, in Hungary, they're not doing it. Well, that's amazing, yeah. But still, you have a guy there, here I know a bit more, with Viktor Orban, yeah, who's obviously a plant. He's been governing now for almost 20 years, I think. So he's probably part of more the royalist faction, even though they technically have elections every year. But if you play your cards right, you can bring it home every time. The main companies and so on and contracts are given to his best buddies. And what else? And the joke is, of course, this guy already, when the wall fell and communism fell, strangely enough, was one of the guys who came up on the big stage in the middle of Budapest in '89 and was allowed to talk in front of everyone, where he was mainly some kind of student, someone. So with a little bit of not only believing in coincidence, one can clearly see how also these things are deliberately created to fulfill certain roles. And if we only focus on one topic, we may lose sight of other agendas that may simultaneously be going on. Just as another example, the whole thing with Sweden and the lockdowns, I brought this up before. One possibility why they had no lockdowns and nothing is just because certain digitization, maybe other agendas, maybe even some progressive agendas I can imagine in Sweden, already had progress to a certain extent. So I kind of see it like having, 5 or 10 different agendas or pressure points or things where I want to advance from the controller's point of view. And then I see to get as many points on each bar as I want. but I don't even mind for a certain moment or a certain year or certain regions if they don't progress in certain factors or even go backwards, if they maybe progress in others which are equally important to me. And then I can, throw them together, invent the conflict, and somehow alchemically still arrive at my desired solution. At least I can well see how that is their planning strategy. So it's multidimensional and multi-factor, and as a kind of an ant or a mouse, let's say, within the system, it takes quite some effort to be able to understand it from this abstract level, and only then are we able to really navigate the maze, if we stick with that example, yeah, and get the cheese or whatever it is, if you can
Yeah.
understand the analogy.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's really well put. And, the only real solution, as far as I'm concerned, is that we just have to really try to see reality as much as we possibly can individually. And everybody's kind of, talking about it and looking at it and coming to similar conclusions. And more or less, everybody has the brain to figure it out. It's just that we're like, there's this kind of information war that is going on. It's like, trying to decipher what's true and what's not true, and what same bullshit are they playing at, and like whatever they're peddling, we know it's bullshit, but like to what degree, things like that. And I think the nuances of like trying to sift through all that and trying to like decipher for ourselves, like what to make of it. I mean, it could be worth a while, at one, at the same time, or maybe it's better to just go and close the doors and just pray. Though, too, maybe that's the thing to do. I don't know. I can't tell people what they should or should not do, but I certainly am, left with this burning question of like, what the hell is going on? I'm constantly curious about like events out there, even though I feel a part of me that I have no quote unquote power to do anything about it, of any rocket launches or any artificial intelligence, innovations that's going to be happening, or so-called nanotechnology that's going to be, spraying out there for us to inhale. Doesn't matter, you know. But I want to know what it is, at least, even though I may be completely powerless to do anything about it, though. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't even know if that's a sane thing to do.
I mean, there's certainly something to be said in terms of not interacting with a lot of it, because it's kind of double-edged, because on the one hand, one could say many things don't affect one directly, but then still very many things do affect everyone, almost everyone indirectly, as long as you want to stay somewhat connected to civilization. These patterns are being brought through everywhere. So then, if anyhow you're still being confronted with it, maybe it's probably a good idea to have a refined perspective on things. In terms of the action or inaction, this is just my individual understanding, and everyone may have phases, and everyone can only know for themselves, obviously, what to do here. But I really do see this idea of, I want to say, peace in action, or compassion or understanding in action. And that would also, to some extent at least, involve, interacting with civilization, but does not preclude at the same time taking as much time as one wants to seclude in whatever fashion is proper, just to stabilize within oneself. So for me, I mean, I live in a city, so in a sense I'm in middle of a type of Babylon, even though it's, as I always like to say, the nicest one, which is Vienna. And for me, it's both things. I really enjoy, how should I say, to be in seclusion in a sense, but I also really enjoy interacting. For me, it's both things that, in my case, are proper, and also I think are valuable, because I'm just thinking here of Yuri Bezmenov, who had been laughing. He was this KGB de facto agent, and he said he'd been to India, and at least the KGB back then was laughing at all the hippies and the New Agers, just kind of meditating and blissing out there. And these are his words, or paraphrasing him, but he was kind of like, oh, great, they turned themselves completely ineffective. Because if they're only gonna, meditate around, they're not gonna be in our way. There may still be this whole idea of we fight not against whatever it is, physicalities, but principalities. I would very much say both things are going on, and I would also kind of say, if I really do have a certain spiritual understanding, whatever that may mean for me, doesn't that also necessitate certain actions and certain communication or interactions with fellow human beings? Question mark.
I would say so, yes. I would say so. And let me just say something about hippies because I would say that I might have more experience than the average, hanging out with hippies, having gone to Goa and having been in India and Nepal for a number of years, and definitely you're going to run into them. And my assessment about hippies, and this is not universally true, so I'm kind of painting with a wide brush, but they tend to be quite weak-minded, and they're kind of heavy into like drug use and wanting to do this, like kind of like bliss out on like mushrooms and stuff like that. And not to say that you shouldn't be taking mushrooms or DMT or whatnot, but like to me, these are kind of spiritual avenues, but they're like, I would say that my kind of, consensus with them has been more negative than positive, if I were to be very frank about it, because they tend to be very communistic minded, but also very selfish at the same time, It's like they're kinda looking for somebody who, they can kind of leech off of, like who can provide, and then they just kinda hang around that individual, and then they form a group, and, of course, they know how to live cheap because they don't have any money themselves. So, like, I live with them. I wanted to know how they live, so I had to like actually live with them and see. And so, we were like sleeping at the beach, and we would go into the forest and hang out there during the day while we were in Goa. And it's a very and if somebody's got a joint to roll, everybody's like happy about that. It's just very I'm not sure, what to really say about it, but it's not really conducive to a genuine friendship. It's very surface level as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think here, of course, it really depends whom you meet, how everyone is an individual. So in a way, how should I say, I would want to refrain from brushing it this or that way. But I can only say both I have observed, but also especially been recounted stories which may match some of the patterns you presented now. So how should I say, this type of behavior overall, without naming any group, certainly does exist. And I would only hope that, although I'm not necessarily sure if I see, I mean, again, which scene is what and which group is what, you can't necessarily say it like that. But ideally, of course, everyone would continue maturing in their own fashion, individually and collectively. However, maybe primarily individually. One thing that comes to mind for me, are you familiar with this whole system or idea of spiral dynamics by Ken Wilber?
No, I'm not. Please explain it to us.
Okay, I gladly shall. I would just like to pull up a graphic so that it makes a lot more sense and it's a lot easier to understand. Kindly give me 1 minute, then I'll have the proper
Mhm.
graphic ready. So
Yeah,
this is basic.
and
Yes, please go ahead.
yeah. No, no, one like just, not like it's not all hippies. There are some really good ones out there, by the way, and who are I've met some really, really amazing individuals in my journey as well who would be kind of considered hippie-like. But, I look at them, maybe this is just kind of across the board in any kind of a societal hierarchical thing where there are kind of alphas and sigmas and betas and omega types, and alpha types tend to be quite proactive, and they know how to exercise, and they know how to do yoga,
Mhm.
and they know, and then they can put themselves out there. And I met really amazing artists, like in my journey in like to Goa and stuff like that. Amazing musicians, amazing painters, amazing how would I say, like yoga teachers, dancers, and stuff like that. So but not everybody's like that, of course, and not everybody's quote unquote successful in the field that they're a part of. But
Right.
so when I talk about, yeah, the hippies, it's not at all. So just wanted to put that out there. Go ahead.
Yes, and I'll just end on a positive or fun note. So I've been to one local smaller festival for many years, which some friends and also I sometimes helped out with maybe sometimes questionable efficiency of organization, let's say. However, regardless of all of that, oftentimes, inviting great artists, having crazy shows, this and that. And from like, I believe about 2 years ago, there were different artists invited, even from Ukraine and from Germany and from Spain or God knows where. And they had a producer, let's say, a German guy. And one of the comments he made, because there was this artist group, was simply, well, these hippies, more or less, like they're completely insane or they're crazy, but at least here, artistically, we can do whatever the fuck we want, which otherwise you could never do anywhere. Yeah. So yeah, everything has many sides to it. There's probably positive qualities to be able to be gleaned from any apparent artificially delineated, subculture and so on and so forth. So that's clear. All right. So here we have Spiral Dynamics by Ken Wilber. I first learned also about this system over 10 years ago. It is just a model, yeah. And however, I think it is a quite interesting model, because what we have, this is the idea of the evolution of human consciousness as represented by, I believe it is called transpersonal psychology, is the area of study for Ken Wilber and a few others. And what it does, it simply structures both theoretically civilizational development, although by now we may question how, let's say, organic or linear civilization development really has been for at least the past few hundred years. However, it also correlates these states of consciousness to a certain age in your life. So here, for example, being as a baby, you would start with beige, instinctive self, do what you must to stay alive, and the quest: food, water, warmth, shelter. Actually, here we're even also in a way back to the to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, because if even only that was properly satisfied for everyone without having to exploit themselves or others, we would already be in paradise, I'm pretty sure, because everything else is really luxury issues.
Yeah.
Then I can even zoom in a little bit, see, everyone can read this. And you want to go through all of those, or you want more with the overarching idea?
Oh, no, let's go through them. I think this is
Okay.
really important and fascinating. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And also anyone, if you want to look at it, of course, there's books and so on about it. But for basic understanding, just enter Ken Wilber Spiral Dynamics. Look at the graphics, maybe set to big graphics, then you'll find this one too. And a few others with a bit of different information, but with the same pattern. All right, so then we have here, it's purple, magic or animalistic self from age 1 to 3. Here, according to this timeline, would be tribal order starting 50,000 years ago. The motto being, keep the spirits happy and the tribe's nest warm and safe. The quest is a safe mode of living and security. The method is petition to gods or powers with ritual. The pitfalls: borderline narcissism, omnipotent fantasy, animalistic hallucinations, tribal conflicts. Here what comes to mind for me, because method petition to gods, I have heard too many stories where, for example, natives really are able, through simple singing and so on, to instantly engineer the weather, let's say. Yeah, I would love some of those jet pilots maybe to just learn doing rain dances. Would be more fun for everyone and healthier. All right, then we continue with red is the impulsive self. Here it would say in the timeline, feudal and exploitative empire starting 10,000 years ago. The motto being, be what you are and do what you want regardless. The quest: heroic status, power, glory, rage, and revenge. The method: align with the power. That's what many people still like to do. Take what you need. Pitfalls: anxiety, depression, phobias, excessive guilt, cannot build stable nations, terrorism. And here it gets really interesting, because up to here, like, this is kind of like, maybe not, I mean, it's understandable, but these are like, let's say, baser instincts, ideas, and intuitions. Here we kind of get into we start, let's say, getting into the impulsive self, as it says, more like the ego. Yeah, be what you are and do what you want. And then here with blue, here, as it already says, this is the nation states. So this is quite interesting, even if maybe the timeline is different. But I find this evolution quite interesting. So here in blue is the role self, ages 7 to 8. Later mythic nation states, authoritarian, starting 5,000 years ago in that timeline. Life has meaning, direction, and purpose with predetermined outcomes. The quest is ultimate peace, good versus evil. Method, follow the given rules, don't exceed your role. Pitfalls, archetypal role identification, script pathology, fundamentalism, and fascism. That's interesting. And here I find it so curious now. Here I can start talking a bit more about it because I thought about it more. The switch between blue and red is very interesting because technically this would be the switch from a type of nation state capitalism to, let's say, real capitalism, here as you say, or capitalistic democracies. And what, Nachiketa, when I say orange and capitalism, what is the first thing you think of?
Capitalism, money, Western society, America.
Yes, but capitalism and orange.
Oh, 33.
I also like that one. But what I mean is, unfortunately, I can't do a good impersonation. Donald Trump.
You mean like Trump? Trump?
Yes.
Yeah.
Orange Man. He's always been called the Orange Man. Yeah. So I found that always very interesting why he's associated with that. And here, for some strange reason, it fits pretty well because he certainly represents free market capitalism. Whether that really exists or not is a different question, but at least in terms of the dialectic and the ideology he represents, from what I could gather from him, and also along with the Putin actors, the Trump brand is definitely one of the more entertaining ones, at least for me. All right, and here it gets interesting, and that's actually why it was triggered for me to even talk about this. Here we have green. When we think of green, of course, we have Green Party, and we can find also many correlations here. So I don't know actually how Ken Wilber developed this color scale initially, because a few of them fit eerily well. So we have then, right, so I'm not, so not to switch over it. Orange, Achiever Self, age 9 to 14, capitalistic democracies here starting 300 years ago, act in your own self-interest by playing the game to win. Quest, material pleasure in defense of civilization. Method, learn to excel, set goals, achieve, measure success. Pitfalls, identity crisis, role confusions, consumerism, ecological crises, workaholism, goal fixation, over-attachment to successful methods. And now where we get to is basically the hippies, if you want to put it really simple, in a way, I would say, which is green. Green Party, sensitive self, age 15-21, social democracies, informational, starting 150 years ago, seek peace within the inner self and explore the caring dimensions of community. Quest, affectionate relations, dialogue, and consensus. Method, appreciate diverse views, listen well, go for consensus. This can be great or this can break everyone's back. Emphasize group needs. Pitfalls, inauthenticity, excessive relativism, lack of discernment, interminable attempts, here we are, at consensus, narcissism, me generation. So we can, I would say this is a very good match. And this is where, if you want to apply this model for yourself, for me, it gets really interesting because all of those were so-called first tier, personal subsistence-based consciousness and mindset. And then you have the quote-unquote radical phase shift or second tier, tier 2. And here the idea would be that upon making a complete not transmigration, but after having completely passed this portal or this phase shift, one would ideally be in a state, or by definition be in a state of being more or less fearless. So maybe this is also a type of degree, and of course there's different types of fear and angst and or danger that is to be represented through fear, which makes sense to act upon, this and that. However, this here more relates to the idea of having a holistic understanding and not being driven by negative emotions, basically, such as, for example, here in the green, the big dogma or whatever is not to leave anybody out. So the idea of everyone must be involved always. And this is the fear of excluding anyone, which also in a sense is, I'm going to use the term in terms of being slow, I just like the term retarded, but just in a way because no one really can be left out, especially with a spiritual understanding. Even if I'm outside the circle, I'm inside the circle. So if I include that
Mhm.
understanding, then I can overcome the fear of leaving anybody out. And then also, if I get to this more holistic understanding from multiple sides, I can also see that there is actually a reason for borders. There's a reason for a semi-permeability. There is a reason why the cell has a lining and all of that, and as a process, and why there is a bouncer, let's say, in certain
Mhm.
locations. And it doesn't have to be in a negative sense, and it probably won't be about what types of shoes you're wearing. But even if you want to build a company, you want to build a movement, you want to do anything, uh, even here on your open panels, of course, there is a barrier of entry, and there's a good reason
Yeah.
for that, and that's good. Yeah, and it's not a PhD, but it's like, being somewhat decent, being somewhat friendly, and trying to listen, and that's of course very beneficial and necessary for something of a higher order energy density to build. So then here we arrive, second tier transpersonal being. Yellow, integral self, no specific age. Here it claims world centric started 50 years ago, or we could say world centric was rediscovered 50 years ago, globe centric maybe. Um, Live fully and responsibly as what you are and are learning to become. Quest, integral synthesis to balance the whole. Method, awaken maximum number of streams of evolution, integrate diversity with discernment. So if you want to correlate it to chakra,
Mhm.
we're here kind of like at the third eye level, I would say. Yeah. And there is even, if you get the right graphic, you can even correlate it to the chakras, however valid they are, but it's a fun idea and it kind of helps to remember what's going on. Um, Pitfalls, aborted self-actualization, existential angst, bad faith, etc. And then the highest level is the turquoise, holistic self, no specific age, collective individualism. Now, what a term. Starting 30 years ago,
Mhm.
experience the wholeness of existence through mind and spirit. Quest, a peace, salam, in an incomprehensible world. Method, deeper receptivity of multidimensional trans-rational perceptions. All right. Pitfalls, oh, that's a good one. Pathologies of the soul. Yeah, I'm certain. So there's a few other graphics which go at it a bit of a different way, explain it a bit differently, but the base pattern is the same. And at least for self-contemplation, it's definitely interesting to look at, or to, even as I mentioned, with the parties, with the groups, even here, for example, a blue role self, at least in Austria, the party most known for law and order is the Blue Party, is the Freedom Party in Austria. Yeah? So quite a few times you have strange correlate, at least for me, strange correlations between these colors and, yeah, political parties, groups, so on and so forth, for whatever reason. So yes, that's, I find, an interesting system.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's definitely very interesting, and I kinda like this, I mean, it's kinda similar to the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but, like, in more detail, and, the way I see it that, every one of us, nobody's exempt in going through a quote, unquote, a consciousness revolution, or evolution, or, a kind of a spiritual, um, ascension. And these are like kind of new agey woo-woo words, but like, what the hell are we doing? Like, are we learning at all? Are we actually advancing? Are we actually applying the knowledge that we are learning to our daily life? And these are the questions that I cannot answer for anybody, because it's something that people can only answer for themselves. But like, at least to myself, I can say that, I've gone through my life, and I'm lucky to have the upbringing that I did. And I've gone into all these pleasurable things, and at some point in life, I'm just kind of starting to kind of, what's the best way to put this, like, kind of like situate myself and get comfortable with the idea that I'm just going to be like, kind of dug in there, and doing research, quote unquote, and trying to share whatever I'm finding with everybody else out there, and this is kind of part of my journey. But having all said that, have I arrived to any of these color schemes? I'm not sure. and it's difficult to kind of assess ourselves, where we are, because like sometimes we have our own biases and say, oh, I have achieved this much or whatever, but like maybe the reality of the matter is that we're still a couple steps behind, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. And also here, who can say, it's probably also like multi-factor thing where you could look even at each of these pitfalls, for example, and just ask yourself, all right, in which when does this apply to me? So again, probably here it's not, maybe not really a linear step-by-step thing, but it's kind of you're going all these steps simultaneously in a way. Yeah. And you are at a certain level for each of them, let's say, in terms of how well you deal with community, how well you or individual at the same time. But this I kind of do see is this, obviously, in this dance, let's say, in between individuality and the collective, and yeah, how to make these truly work together in an integral fashion. And of course, ideally, nobody even would have to over intellectualize any of these things. For me, all of these patterns and systems only exist to oftentimes just put the mind at ease in a way, and then the real intuition or something can come through and just act naturally anyways. So yeah, it's
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I like this idea of quote unquote collective individualism, and it's better than just a collective, and you are just a number, and you're no different from your next guy, and it has this kind of impersonal feeling to it, and that's maybe something that people have a hard time with socialism or communism in the way I look at it, because I've I spent time in the East, and in Korea and Japan and in China, and when you have this like sea of people who more or less are of the same size and look kind of the same with each other, there's like not much individualism there, and everybody is taught to like be the collective. Everybody's like, okay, this is my identity is to be a part of this nation or part of this group, and it's that group mentality, and it's quite strong. I don't know if people are aware how strong it is. It's very strong in East Asia, and so people kind of tend to lose their individualism in the kind of a setting. And then in the West, they put more of a emphasis on the individual, and maybe to a degree, you can say maybe too much. And so there has to be some kind of balance between those two ideas, because the way I look at it is that we are not an island, right? I mean, we do need each other in a sense. Like somebody needs to go to the and farm rice and make fruit and do whatever that needs to be done. So everybody can provide a service to each other. But we're not robots either, and but like we're kind of unwittingly working with each other because of money, right? Money is the thing that forces people to find their usefulness within a society, whether you like it or not. And when you ask most of the people, like, "Hey, do you love your job? Do you really enjoy what you do?" What percentage of people are going to say, "Yeah, I really, really, really love my job"? Like very few, I would say. And so, is there some balance of like the feeling of actually you are doing something that is fulfilling, but at the same time you are providing a service for the whole, and everybody's feeling like kind of satisfied for with themselves for what they do, and understand the fact that they are needed in a community as well. I think that's a hard thing to try to reconcile with everybody. I don't know.
which two aspects would you say are difficult to reconcile in terms of do yeah, please tell me which ones so I can give a proper answer.
Yeah, like I think what's the most difficult is, well, first of all, there are many factors that's kind of involved with what I am already speaking of, because like of course everybody have to pay taxes, and their cost of living goes up, and so that makes going out and being a slave less enjoyable, obviously. But the fact that we are kind of indoctrinated into like these schools of thought that that puts you in debt ultimately, and then you have to find your a spot, or like your place in the world, and then you have to be a part of that for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or whatnot to pay off all the debts that you
Indentured servant.
gonna have to pay off. Yeah, yeah, you become indentured. You're a serf at that point, and you have to pay a mortgage and of course your car and insurance and then you name it, and so people are kind of, and I'm not trying to paint a negative picture, but I'm just painting a reality. This is reality. I'm not even like, so like we're all kind of a part of it. So people can get into this mood of like, fuck, why am I living for at all? Why am I here at all? Like this is like fucking nonsense. And then when they start to wake up to the realization that, you are a straw man and all these lies, and then, actually you're paying your taxes. That's actually perpetuating the lie and the indoctrination and the slavery. That doesn't make anybody feel good about themselves and what they do. It's, you know what I mean?
Well, I completely agree. I honestly don't understand. I mean, I do in a way, but I know I couldn't do most things people are doing because of exactly what you're mentioning. I don't know. I almost, maybe it's facetious or something, but I almost want to say people should value their time more. Can you see what I'm saying? So just in terms of, I'm not giving myself away for something that's not exciting to me, or where I don't feel like overall it's really beneficial for my family or whatever it is, including one's health, because often people trade health for apparent wealth or promissory notes or whatever. So yeah, that's it's a strange way, and maybe someone has to be a little bit conceited or something, or in regards to society, somewhat neurodivergent or whatever, to even have thoughts like that. But that's at least what I thought for myself. I'm like, whatever this is exactly, uh, to the extent that I can, I'm not gonna support, the man or whatever, who anyhow I can see has kind of like exploited me and everyone around me. You see what I'm saying? So at least to the extent I can understand it, not to do it, I'll refrain from doing it. And if I'll do something, I'll try to do things that, do not work in that favor. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of
Yeah.
obvious, but many people don't seem to care about that so much, or they are happy just being a cog in a machine. They don't, and not even necessarily in a bad way. It can also be some great job or something very creative, but maybe not necessarily see where else it's leading to, or what else is actually being supported through that input. And of course, there's also always the idea, with what energy do you approach anything? What is your intention? No matter what your position is. Yeah? And maybe I'm a stickler for this whole systems connections things, but yeah, most things that exist, I deliberately definitely don't want to be involved, right?
Well, I mean, that's the hard thing because like the way I kind of try to holistically look at everything is like every one of us is connected, from the very, let's say, bottom, slave out there, and just like throwing some examples, like you are in China and you are working in a factory making iPhones and you get like 5 minute bathroom break and it's like all right on the dot, and there are people out there and they got like these like nets up in the building so you don't try to suicide yourself, because that would be like losing money for them because they have to train your ass and then stuff like this. And it's like better to just like spend a little bit of money to put a net out there so they can catch you and then they can re-educate you and then they can put you back in the system than to have to like clean up your body part and then like retrain somebody. It's like very calculated. It's like a very much like an assembly line, and it's just like when I try to like imagine, like my brain goes a little bit haywire and try to see how everybody is connected, and and then people are going and buying their phones, and then all that money is getting moved around all over the world. And so in a lot of ways we can't but be a part of a system. It's just that how much of a role are you going to be playing, and like how much actual control do you have of like, quote unquote, like how much you want to support or not support. Like I can say, oh yes, I'm a vegetarian and I have my values because these are my values, as an example. And this is not to say that everybody should be going out and become a vegan or a vegetarian or whatever like that. It's not a spiel about that. In fact, I don't have good feelings for vegans because like I feel like they're a little bit mind controlled and they're a little bit militaristic, at least in my experience of having to deal with them, in the past. And I'm just like, yeah, I love animals and stuff like that, but like you are super hardcore. And I met Jains before in India. I mean, they're the hardcoreest like vegans that you will ever meet, anyways. So like, don't try to compare yourself. As like I'm a vegan. I'm a vegetarian. I'm a pescatarian and shit like that. Like there are like kind of degrees of involvement in this world, but no matter what, we're still spending money and we still have to go to grocery stores and we still have to go buy our whatever that we need to eat. And then that money goes around. I mean, we're not the ones who are printing money around here, I guess. Maybe some people are, I don't know. But like, it's just trying to think about it all, just makes my brain go a little bit like, whoa, like we're all part of the system somehow. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And also, I'm not proposing, at least currently, and at least until we get access to restricted areas, it is really possible to extricate oneself from the system. I don't really see how that's possible,
Yeah.
except maybe unless you want to make yourself at least physically completely non-interactive in terms of, like you mentioned, really going into a cave and so on. And even that, for how many years is that really going to be fun? I mean, maybe for some people it's going to be great. They can just have a nature life. I guess that's also
It's
great.
not about fun. I will tell
Yeah.
you categorically,
Oh,
it's not about fun. It's not about fun at all. There's no fun in it. I mean, the longest I spent my time in the cave is like 2 weeks, and I was like eating very little. I was doing my 12-hour meditation per day, and then eating like a little bit of oatmeal in the morning, and having like a one little packet of noodle during the lunchtime, and drinking a little bit of tea, chanting at night, and going to sleep like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and waking up at 4, and going outside and finding some open area to shit, going and you have to walk a little bit to go find water. It's not a fun thing to like hang out in a cave. You're not going to be showering anytime soon. The good thing is that you're in a cave, so you're not really, and then you're not doing any kind of exercises. But I'm just sharing this with people is because like if anybody actually gone out and try to live in a cave and what it's like, I have a little bit of experience of that, and it's not about fun. I can tell you that. you know.
well, so maybe now we can understand better why, if this is correct, apparently in the Quran it says King Solomon built these, industrial water things. If maybe, I mean, at least probably have access to clean water and all of that, or just this type of infrastructure. I Well, I know definitely it wouldn't be for me, let's say, even though, camping can be fun and so on, but still it's nice to have a building, right? Um, so where did I want to go with this? Right, not able to extricate oneself from the system. But then still, like you said, what role do you play? And just like which other factors within the system and the feedback loops within it are you supporting? Of course, even this is difficult because I'm sure, for example, today many people would say, oh, yes, I want to support nature conservation. I'm going to donate to Greenpeace. And well, I haven't looked at them in the past 2 years or something, but most usually these huge organizations, they do whatever they want anyhow and is highly questionable. Similar things with all kinds of disease research foundations, and all of that. So even here one may have one particular intention or be like, yes, I'm working and now I'm giving my money, which is my energy, to this important disease research. But then if you would look closer, you realize how many billions have been spent and they never achieved anything because they maybe not looking in the proper way for good reason, right? So even here one's will or intention can easily be diverted if one doesn't understand the systems and the feedback loops and the interconnections, and which system is in turn supporting which other system or element, let's say, within the system. So I would say it's not even that easy, but this discernment, of course, is up to each and every one individually. On the one hand, again, it's something intuitive because you definitely feel if you're in the wrong place, if you allow yourself to listen to your gut, I would claim. And the other thing is just to have some basic, logic understanding and research. For example, most simple idea, working for an advertisement company. All right, which are your main clients? What are they selling? Is this something you really feel happy supporting? So stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe again, these are
I mean,
luxury issues because many people maybe can't choose what type of job they can do. The crops or whatever, the fields have been systemically destroyed over decades, and they can only go work in the iPhone factory. Yeah, so of course I'm also talking from a very privileged position, obviously.
Yeah, yeah, I think that is good to just throw that out there as a little caveat because, like, people are doing what they're doing because they don't really feel like they have a choice about it, and some people are in a very dire situation. I think about like people who are just outright kidnapped in Ukraine, like young boys, and they're just like picked off right out of the streets and just sent to the front lines, kind of deal. Like, what choice do they have? And they're trying to run out of there. I've seen videos about it. I've heard my friend talk about this, and that's a very extreme situations. But like the kind of the situation that I was painting about people like working at a Nike shoe factory or iPhone factory. I mean, obviously they're not there because, that's what they are dreaming of doing, growing up is because that's the only thing they feel that they can do. And that's, what brought them to where they are. And maybe that's just the truth of most every one of us, wherever we may be. It's like, life has brought us into this situation or that situation. So I try to be a little bit lenient or like open-minded about like why people are doing and even the so-called like bad people out there who are kind of unconsciously just doing whatever they're doing because they're like, okay, if I don't do it, then somebody else is going to be doing it, basically.
Right.
Like there's somebody else who's just as psychopathic as I am, so like I might as well be the one who is pulling the trigger, so to speak, or pushing this button. And I know it's probably going to have this kind of impact in this world, but if I'm just as replaceable as anybody else, right?
I mean, especially in those systems, most likely yes. Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely. Yeah.
you would definitely have to
That's
rationalize it.
that's why you're there. Yeah, that's why they're there in the first place. Like in their system, even if you're a high level guy, like Bill Gates for example, let's just say billionaire or Trump, billionaire, and if one day they say, "Oh no, I'm going to go against the system and I'm going to be for the people." Let's just say, maybe they don't even know. Maybe I think the best way of covert control is not letting the people realize
Yes.
what it is that they're a part of course, right? But like, they kind of get nudged, I think, given little hints like this is probably going to be good for your popularity, and maybe they're kind of groomed to, feel like they're somebody like a hero, and then,
Well, even Trump is
their
just
ego is,
retrained.
yeah, yeah, of course he is. Most everybody is trained in this organization or that organization, when we come to realize, and they're probably MK Ultra to the nth degree, and they may even have alters, but like, like they may not be fully cognizant of the big picture of what's going on and what kind of a role they're playing in the world that they have found themselves in. Even though they may be big names like Elon Musk or Trump. Elon Musk could genuinely believe that he's like a genius level guy, and he's like got Asperger's whatnot, and then and he's actually running all these companies and stuff like this. He could. Who knows?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's actually in a certain way even more quote unquote tricky situation for individuals that are popular or perceived to be powerful, because just like you said, why not simply have, and we know this with, of course, with the evil supposedly hermit dictator whatever in North Korea, we can talk about it, or with Saddam Hussein, that it's known that they have doubles. Well, are we really to believe that a nation, even within the geopolitical division perspective on it, that a nation that is much more powerful and bigger and has whatever they all have, they didn't find a few actors for every one of their presidents? And then we take it one level higher when we say everyone is in cahoots, then it's just like a casting agency or whatever, and you're most easiest replaced. And the other issue may also be that you don't even necessarily really own or whatever anything that's attributed to you. So that's another factor, that oftentimes it may well be that those individuals put in front, they literally are just actors. They are a brand, as you said. They are representing a certain interest, but ultimately they are representing a known or unknown, quote unquote, shareholders' interest, and they themselves literally simply are the president of the board, or whatever the proper term would be, the chairman, yeah. But not of the trustees, but of the execution board. And these are the people that you see on screen. And of course, they have several replacements, whether then it's clones or whatever, doesn't matter. You just need a proper face mask and some good acting. And yeah, again, if North Korea can do it, can we really believe that not every other state would have that? And then how easily replaceable are you? Same thing if you're an important corporate figure pushing certain agendas, just as easily replaceable, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is all very reasonable, and I think if you kind of connect all the dots of like what technology we do have available and the methodologies like MK Ultra or SRA, et cetera, I think it can you can paint a pretty accurate picture. I feel, and that's kind of my outlook of what I see happening in the world. And vast majority of people are actually, I would say, are fully unaware. Vast majority of people are like not cognizant of like what is going on, in actuality. And I think they actually don't want to know. Because if they come to the realization, it's like maybe too much for them. Of course, I
Yes.
can't. Of course, I can't speak for them, but I think it's just would be too much of a mind fuck for them to come to this realization that these people are puppets and earth might not be what it is, and money system is not what we thought it was. Like it'll be like an overload. It's like it would like short circuit their being. Like right out of existence.
Yeah, so this is just an anecdote and not from me. This is back from the time when I listened more to Bashar, this channeler who, unfortunately for me individually, fell out of favor when he made strange statements during the lockdown stuff. But anyways, so if I wanna, and I kind of want to believe that, everyone is on a journey, both within this life and also transcending this life, however this exactly looks, I can't say, but that there is an evolution and a certain process. So he's recounting one story where there's like two sisters or friends, and one wants to talk to the other about consciousness, and don't you realize you can communicate with this and that and all these possibilities or whatever it is. And her friend has been consistently resistant to ever listening to it. And then when she's going at it once again, she saw her, like, I don't know, looking strangely at her for a moment, and then looking at her straight in the eye and saying something along the lines of, "Don't you understand? I cannot know that right now." And then kind of like switching back and going on with her day, as usually not interested in what her friend had to say. But yeah, so I can also see that to a certain extent. There's also another good saying I really like, which is uh, maybe you're able to water grass, but you can definitely not pull on the grass to make it grow faster. So
Right. Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's just comic relief for those that are dealing with the topic, whether it really helps or not. But I mean, in terms of perspective, just offering options, giving ideas, and as much as possible, just creating an environment. This has to do with both physicality, but also modes of communication, modes of organization, where these realizations maybe can come about more easily. One other concept I like, this is originally by uh, Richard Rudd, who wrote The Gene Keys, which I think is one of the other books I would actually recommend to read for self-assessment and self-reflection. It's really well done, both psychologically and spiritually, from what I could understand. And he says there is three states. So on the left-hand side, you would have relaxation. In the middle, you have contemplation. On the right-hand side, you have ecstasy. And that usually realizations of consciousness, and I would kind of, at least I believe that this is correct, most easily come about at the extremes of ecstasy and let's say complete relaxation. And if I understand correctly, also at contemplation, or contemplation is like the middle road then, which you always come back to then refine whatever you relaxed into or were excited about, let's say. But yeah, that's just another model that I think is interesting, which I'm maybe some ways following. Welcome
Uh,
at
Hi.
at
There's an echo. This is a fact. Uh, Nothing but the facts. Before you go, Richard Rood is very much into this human design. If people are not familiar with human design, there's a Canadian guy who Ra or something like that. He developed this astrological system called the human design, and Richard Rood had developed these what you call it, the gene keys that you're talking about. So I read a good chunk of that. What's that? Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was just saying. I think that's it. Turning off my Bluetooth speaker. Thanks. for letting me back on the panel, Nachika. And hi, pleased to meet you, Raphael. I've always listened to you and just left in the comments. It's refreshing to hear someone just, I don't know, like explain it in a way that like it's not too draining or just neutral. So yeah, ratings to you both.
Thank you. Whatever it was exactly.
Is it coming out all right? Is my microphone too low or?
You're a little bit sharp or a little bit hot, your mic. Maybe turn it down a little bit. Yes. Or have some type of slight buffer between you and your microphone. Then it'd be ideal, but it's okay.
Cool. Is that any better if I put the headphones in?
Oh, we can hear you all right. So it's okay to talk, definitely.
Oh, appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, no, it's well up loud now. Yeah. Let me turn it down a bit. Yeah. Sorry. I always do this. Like, I literally just saw that you was live and, like you said, open panel and I jump on, but I've literally only just heard about 3 or 4 minutes of what you were talking about. So, like, I don't want to interrupt.
That's all right. Nachiketa,
So what?
you steer the ship.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I got into this human design stuff. Actually, my Russians and Americans are quite into it, the human design, and I like this concept of like people are designed in a particular way. That's the whole idea of a human design. And they have what is called a reflector, which is quite rare. There's like only 1% of them, and then there are these ones that are called manifestors and projector, manifesting generators, and generators are like 35% of them are there, and the manifesting generators there's 35%. I'm a projector myself, so. Yeah, and then they talk about different chakra points that are active and inactive, and then if you are with other people, then they tend to overlap. And then there are these like conscious lines and unconscious lines, and 64 gene keys, that is kind of dispersed throughout the body. It's an interesting system. Obviously, lot more study that one needs to do in order to kind of get into it. But yeah, it's a new system. It's a fairly new system. I think it was developed in the 80s, but it kind of really took off quite a bit. So I don't know how much you know about it.
Yes, so there are interesting stories also about the inception of human design by Ra Uru Hu, which, if I understood the story correctly, he actually had kind of a almost drug-induced coma or psychotic break or something. And that's when he started channeling all of that, and then it took a few years to summarize it. I mean, it is, I have to point out, in terms of alternative chronology, of course, he's basing, the human design is based on the I Ching, which we have to, of course, revise and look at, what is it exactly. And it's based on Western astrology, and it is also based on something third, which I should know.
Chakras. Yeah, chakras also. Indian chakras.
Yes. However, the system itself is definitely interesting, and no one has to go crazy over it. But just looking at your own chart, reading through some of these channels and definitions, even just in terms of contemplating in how many different ways people potentially could function. Let me call it like that. And whether then you would decide your or someone else's chart is correct or helps you interpret something, regardless of that, just the scope and the breadth of how there could be potential interactions within one's own consciousness, I think is fascinating. And at least for me, with the cases that I dealt with it a few times and talked to a few friends who know more about it, it was at least always quite revealing and enlightening, and for me at least seemed to further my understanding, or even at the very least again further the compassion for understanding how someone else could be so radically different or see things in such a radically different way, which is also represented through the variety of the possible activations within each and everyone's human design. Again, regardless of whether then you think it's completely accurate or not in your case, but just to see all of that, I think is really great. And then Richard Rudd with the gene keys just simplified it again. And potentially agree, Nachiketa. I think the book is really well done, and can give some insight and possibility for self-assessment.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think at least in my experience of having kind of quote unquote dabbled with various systems like Western astrology, Vedic astrology, and human design predominantly, and there's truth to every system, and of course one can be quite invested in any one of the systems, but I would just suggest people to just take a look at it, see if you resonate with that information or not. One of the things I did kind of like about the quote unquote gene keys by Richard Rood is that each individual is when they're born, they're kind of active with certain gene keys, and other gene keys are not as active or not active at all. And each gene key that is active, they have three different modalities to them. One being like it's kind of like it's kind of like what do they call it? Like when it's like harmful to
There
you, but
is,
it
yes, there is the
yeah,
shadow, which is either the
shadow. Yeah.
repressive or reactionary aspect. Then you have a gift, which would be like
Yep.
resolving the shadow, let's say. And then you have, which is highly interesting, a CD for each gene key,
Yep.
which would be like a superpower. And I'll just very briefly say
Yep.
this because in my chart, there is 2 times particular, I think it's 52 or something, which is stillness. And with the channeling I did, now not going into that in detail, but quite a few times then I got the feedback from individuals during the channeling that like their own minds went still or something like that. And that is actually one of the proposed CDs in the stillness gene key. And when I read it before I ever did any channeling, I was like, oh my God, like I could never imagine me, yeah, having this type of effect
Mm.
on anybody. And then it was actually directly told to me that I had this type of effect several times in different, let's say, variations. But I was like, okay, so actually, whatever I was doing exactly, but this effect can be transferred. So I was like, wow, okay, all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, CD is a Sanskrit term for superpower. Anyways, but welcome to the panel, Manifestophiles. If I can ever get that out, go ahead. How's it going?
It's actually, I mean, you're getting there. It's pretty. I'm impressed. How's everyone doing?
Well, don't be too impressed.
Well,
I'm
I
doing all
mean,
right. How you doing?
yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm just really tired. I'm sick and tired from with work. I don't know. It's a tough times we're living, but I'm doing fine, I guess. And it's almost weekend, so can't
All
complain.
right. How much of are you familiar with this? Go ahead, Fax. If you wanted to say something, go ahead.
Oh no! I just was going to welcome Manifestophilios to the like I've not seen you before. So yeah, nice to hear your voice.
Nice to meet you too.
I
But
turned
yeah,
you down a little bit, Fax. Just letting you know.
But yeah, I'm not entirely familiar with the. I think we're still talking about that spiral, right?
Well, basically, yes, spiral and related concepts of categorizing psychology or consciousness
Okay, yeah,
arbitrarily, of
exactly.
course, ultimately, but just systems that seem to create meaning that then derives useful benefit for those that are applying the
Yeah,
system.
yeah. I honestly think there's a lot of like how do you say? I think there's a lot of the human consciousness, let's say, has a lot of potential to create like archetypical images on the fly and just associate with just about anything, or identify, I should say, with just about anything. Um, but I think it's useful to get some kind of structure in that in in these categories, obviously. So I guess systems like that can be useful, and I think you could even say that like the Kabbalah is something similar as well,
Definitely. I
or
mean,
like
Yeah,
the
at least
tarot
yeah,
or
in the
something.
basic
Yeah,
understanding for sure, yeah.
yeah. The Kabbalah is also incorporated into the human design, but this is just a sample. Actually, this is my chart. So this is what it looks like. So all these like little triangles and squares and diamond shape and stuff like that. These are the various chakras. There are actually 9 of them. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 3. Yes, there's 9 of them. And then you have this red section and a black section. One is considered unconscious, and the other part is the conscious, right? And then all these symbols are, of course, like the sun and the moon and north node, south node. So it's all Western, right? All the planets, including Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus, is there. So they tell you like what your type is. I'm a projector, right? And then each type has a kind of like a not self theme. So like bitterness is my not self, and then you can have like a what is called an inner authority. So some people might have like a heart chakra authority, or like I have a splenic authority or root chakra authority. So my incarnation cross is called the right angle cross of rulership. And I am a profile 3-5, which means a martyr heretic. So this is a little sample of my chart. Of course, it goes in, you can go into more details about what all these lines mean, and if you see all these numbers here, as you can see, this is the gene key. So when they are highlighted, it means that it's active. Obviously, when it's unhighlighted, it's not highlighted, then it's inactive. So just
And maybe
giving everybody a little sample. Go ahead.
thank you. And if you can leave it on screen. Also, just as we're looking at it, one thing, if it's colored in like the big blocks, then it means that the center is so-called defined. And within this system, this just means that for example, your G center is defined, which would mean that your sense of self and self-direction, it's like an automatic process, or it's like just going on for yourself. Whereas wherever you have an open center, for example, with your throat, then here it would mean that in order for, or like basically these are the centers where we use for learning. So if one looks at that, it's kind of like everything that's colored in is where you have like a defined system, which on the one hand, one could say, oh, it's rigid, but if you look at it, it's actually good. It gives you some structure. And then everything that's not colored in would basically allow for learning in the most basic understanding. And then there's all kinds of different activations. There's synastry charts. There's 100,000 things one can look at it with the system. But yeah, it's definitely fascinating and interesting to learn about all of these aspects. And yeah, and Gene Keys is, of course, also Gene Keys is great. Yeah, I really like the book.
Yeah, so just giving everybody a little sample. So like Richard Rude's Gene Keys, there's 64 of them, and it tells you a little story, and what that gene key really is about. It talks
Is
about
that
like
the
the
I Ching?
evolutionary aspect.
Yeah, that's the I Ching basically.
Yeah,
Yes.
I Ching. Yeah.
See, interesting.
Yep. So yeah, let me get rid of this. So yeah, anyways, that's just giving everybody a little sample of what the human design is about.
Interesting. Yeah.
Nachika, did you feel that it married up to you? Did you feel that when you got the results from what you did, that it like did it like was it spot on? Was it what you expected, or?
Yeah, like I said, I don't think any one system is like 100%. I think I lean towards the Vedic astrology the most, if I were to be very straight. But like there's definitely a lot of useful information with the way people should interact with one another, and that is kind of described in the human design. Because depending on what your um type is, like I mentioned, like reflector, manifestor, projector, and the generators, the both types, there's a different way in which that you should be interacting with one another. And then like I used to be a little bit more outgoing. I mean, I seem like outgoing still, I guess, now, but like but I used to kind of be nosy and put myself out there when I was younger. And then when I was like kind of learning to become myself as an introvert, I'm a natural introvert, and I can be alone and not interact with anybody for a long period of time. So like with my type as a projector, like I have to be invited into people's lives, basically. Like people would have to give me cues or signs or actual invitations to want to participate with me, and want to like dance with me or work with me rather than me proposing ideals to them. So that's kind of the way I've been kind of going about it. So that's been kind of working out for me much better. So that was a good suggestion from the chart as far as I'm concerned.
Right. So then maybe let me present one thing which, according to the system, should be useful for most individuals, which would be the explanation for the generator type. So what you just explained with the idea of waiting for invitation would be the appropriate strategy for a projector, such as yourself. And again, no matter what anyone's chart says, just read through these strategies. There are just 4 types. It's not difficult. It's public information. And it just gives... the way I would describe it, it's basically, according to the design, gives you a method of communication with your higher self, or with your inner voice, or with the one true source, or however you want to call it, or whatever layer there may be in between. And one thing, and maybe because I'm technically a generator, but I think it fits really well, is the whole idea of the strategy wait to respond, which is a generator strategy, which is simply a guttural response. And especially since we understand how many nerve endings there are within the stomach and whatever, even nerve cells, and 90% connection is going from the stomach to the brain and not vice versa. So there's something there in this guttural response, maybe even for everybody, or at least according to the system, about 80% of the population. And here all you have to do is, whenever you're presented as a generator with an idea, with an opportunity, with a suggestion, anybody says anything, and they ask for your opinion or if you agree or not, then just closely listen to your body and see if it says an uh-huh or uh-uh. It's very guttural, and at least for me, I have to say it works perfectly. And the strange thing is, it's almost like this, how they call it, this testing they do, the muscle tests, where they like stress your muscle, and then individuals can use this, I think, in traditional Chinese medicine, for example.
Reaction, or it's reflex test, is it not? Is that what you're talking about? The reflex?
Maybe not reflex,
when
but
they
go ahead.
No, like when they tap your kneecap and then your leg pops up, that's like a reflex test, or
Yes,
something else. Are you talking about?
Yes, what I mean is a kinesiological testing, whereas some practitioners can do this pretty effectively. I experienced this myself. It's quite amazing. Whereas I don't know, you lay down or whatever they do, they take your hand or something where you have like a muscle that would put up some force, and then they give you in your hand, let's say, one plant or something that may be beneficial for you. And it's kind of like asking your body what it says. It's kind of asking your body for an answer. And then they are stressing, I don't know, your leg, or you try to push up your hand and see if you can do it or something. They, of course, apply the same strength in every case. But one time, let's say you have the one plant and then you have the other plant. Maybe this is a bad example, but this is the basic structure how it works. And depending on what I have in my hand, my other hand, which is supposed to be resisting, gives a completely different resistance. So in one case, it's like I have no hand, or it's like I have the strength of a baby, or no strength at all. And in the other case, suddenly I have no problem sustaining that strength, however that works exactly. But this kind of reminds me of this guttural response strategy for the generator type. It's really just listening to your body. Anyhow, I think the human body is one of the most amazing things and amazing allies we all have, which is usually highly underappreciated. Because it's so great. It's not only a physical organization system, but if you know the tricks, like here with the generator, human design, guttural response, or kinesiological testing, it's even almost like an advanced quantum computer calculator, because it can give you these type of answers to anything. And quite often, after the situation or whatever proposal has resolved, you will actually realize why the answer that you were given may even have contained relevant bits of information factored in, which you were not even aware of until much later, if you can see what I'm saying. So it almost seems it's like a quantum antenna feedback something with the body. So I have to say I'm quite amazed, and I have quite high trust in that approach, or it's worked well so far for me.
It reminds me of how Nietzsche calls the stomach der große Geist, and the mind is the kleine Geist.
Yes, the small spirit and the big spirit. Yes, and
Yeah,
the
exactly.
stomach is the big spirit. Yeah. It seems to be that way, especially if we know with the gut flora and all of that how important it is by now. Then I think now it's becoming more mainstream, even at least to have a scientific understanding version of why that could really be the case, and it's not just a poem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I just
Or
wanted to
Nightbreed.
say one thing. I was listening to a live stream the other night, and they was talking about the Vatican and the Pope and how everyone on Earth, more or less, has got a birth certificate or some number or family. Like if it, like in like the Western world, everyone's got a birth certificate and number, and the day we're born on, they're studying. Like I believe this is a monitoring system. So what you're saying, what you've just showed there, like these, it marries up. Like they wouldn't be they wouldn't be so interested in like what you've just presented. Like why would they, like if they, I'm a bit tongue tied, but what I'm trying to say is it makes sense to me because they're studying us. They're literally trying to see which one of us is going to be maybe a threat to their system, a beneficial to their system. That's the way I see it.
Well, I think some systems could definitely be used that way for sure. If that's, but those are probably proprietary and they don't easily
Exactly.
get access to those. Probably, yeah.
Because here, even however good a system may be or useful for individuals, at least those are published books, open source to a certain extent, or the information is there. And I was thinking the same thing. How many systems are they most definitely using, but they are military grade copyright, so we never get to see them. And I mean, parts of this even has leaked with, I think, along with Snowden and stuff like that they simply have these master interfaces and you can categorize, you can mass create profiles, but I'm sure they also have 100 ways to filter that down minority report style. So yeah,
that's probably the same
Well,
way. Okay, now we're coming full circle because it's probably the same way they make those predictions, like in the song for Red Hot Chili Peppers or in The Simpsons and things like that. So it's not like they're writing the script; they're kind of predicting it, maybe.
Could
Based on
be.
all the profiles
I
they
heard
have.
that people, when in the elites or who are born in the system, that they even conduct like C-sections to make the baby born in a particular day or particular hour to fit a certain astrological like profile. Have you guys ever heard this?
Interesting.
That's what they was talking about on that panel the other night, that they like naturally can do it with certain methods, or in other cultures they'll do it with pharmaceutical medication. And yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, if they believe in this astrology, I mean, it doesn't matter whether they believe in Kabbalah or astrology, Vedic or Western, it doesn't matter, but they have certain ideas about, being born in a particular day will produce this type of child. And if they believed it, they will either postpone the labor process somehow or make the baby born on that day that they desire to get the profile they're looking for. It's kind of like artificial means of um, of creating a profile, So I think that's a possibility.
You've only got to look who's got the most telescopes and observatories on Earth, and there's a reason they're looking up there. That, they're not telling us maybe the full reason, but that they have like Greenwich Observatory. There's a lot of them all over the Earth, and they like to study the stars.
Yes, they are definitely obsessed with that. That's obvious. Even going so far as with the favorite Jesuit Lucifer telescope, which of course stands for low, whatever it stands for. But so what did I want to reply to right now? Can you repeat your last sentence, facts, please?
Yes, about the observatories in Greenwich and the Pope, and they're all over the earth, and they've got such a keen interest in the stars.
You're right. Thank you. So apparently, I have to investigate this further, but this is to some extent apparently mentioned in the Quran, according to David Ewing Jr., in terms of that there are these certain individuals that, kind of like to watch the stars and they go crazy about that. So at least if we just see it historically, it seems that this type of group, however we want to define them, already existed whenever the Quran was first chanted. So that's another interesting thing. And in the Quran, I think they are not seen favorably. So and I'm saying this, and I like astrology, and astronomy or whatever. I mean, not the NASA type, but everything else. I think it's all great and very enlightening and interesting. Not even hating on it, but just pointing out that they seem to have identified this group, or maybe it could well even be just because those individuals are also known not only to use this, but also to be, the controlling invading force, or maybe the one introducing this concept to a society. Then I could understand why it would be labeled that way. Whether astrology as a thing in itself can be deemed positive or negative, probably not, as with any other technology.
I just wanted to shout out all my Muslim brothers and sisters. Wallahi, like a beautiful thing.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I caught that. Which sisters?
Oh, I just wanted to shout out my Muslim brothers and sisters.
Oh, right,
We're going
right.
to mention the Quran, like Wallahi, a beautiful thing, yeah.
Thank you.
The first people that ever shared with me, and I'm not a Muslim, and they it was really kind to me, and it showed me a different way of life. And like 15 years later, I'm still just doing my own thing. I'm just, I haven't joined any religion, and I'm respected for that. But very nice, kind people. So shout out to my Muslim brothers and sisters.
Oh, that's awesome. It's all for, interfaith communication, not hosted by the Pope. That's what we're doing here. So Nachiketa, where would you? I want to leave you, of course, the steering wheel. Where'd you like to take this? Technically, there's, I guess, few things we could watch. There's a few things I could talk about. But what is your idea? Or also, I was thinking maybe want to take a 5 or 10 minute break, play some music, or basically maybe just start watching something. What would you prefer?
We could watch something. I did have a couple things that I lined up that you suggested. There's one that you were talking about, a world of hidden trans now reveals. That's a
Did you look at it
video,
first?
and then what's that?
Did you look at it or like skip into it a bit?
Not much actually. And then there's another one called Shams Al Marif, and then I was thinking about maybe a condensed version of Biofield Explained by Sabrina Wallace. So there are multiple angles to take a look at. So what do you think is good to listen to?
Yes. So right. So the one I actually saved for today, but we don't have to watch it. I'll gladly watch it myself. Is the new Leo Zagami and Andreas Exerdes interview, just because I think Leo Zagami is so fun to listen to, and Andreas apparently asks him about David Ewing Jr. But also we can do that separate and then come back to properly talk about it. It's an hour, the whole interview. I think that the whole biofield thing actually is very interesting, also because it seems, I don't know, it's like halfway banned or something, or it's a bit strange. And it's, I think, good to talk about, both in a sense of assessment. How should I say? So both in terms of potential danger, but also in terms of potential, not going crazy over something like this.
Yeah.
So I think that's definitely something relevant.
Yeah. So let's take a look at that, because Sabrina Wallace, her stuff is harder to find on YouTube. She has her own Telegram, a couple of them that she is. I don't know if she herself or her fans are putting stuff up, but she's like a big topic lately. A lot of people are kind of sharing her material and stuff like this.
Because I'm not sure, when did you stumble across it? For me, it was definitely like a year or even 2, at least last year sometime. And when was it for you the first time you heard about it?
Maybe earlier this year. I'm not gonna claim that, oh, I knew about her or something. I heard it from maybe Rose or somebody, I forgot initially, but I think this year. It's hard for me to remember.
All
Yeah.
right. No, just asking because I heard a bit earlier, I think, and I saw some presentation she made. And then I believe only in the past 1-2 weeks, this was like shared to me specifically, even by 2 individuals or something, like even specifically addressed to me, like, what do you think, or something like this. So that's why I thought, all right,
Mhm.
time to bring it up again. But I mean, it's great. And I'll explain in a coded fashion why. Yeah, but I think in and of itself, is there anything she's saying here? Have you listened to it already? Because I'm just thinking if there's anything in terms of the whole guideline thing where she's saying something that's like completely against the guidelines, but I don't even necessarily think so. I don't know.
Well, no, I haven't listened to it at all. I'll be and then if it does what it does, it's whatever. Like, I'm okay to
All right,
play
well,
it and then
we have 3 strikes,
take
so
accept the consequence. Yeah, accept the consequences thereof. So,
yes.
let's play that, and then, I'm gonna be listening in while I, go outside. So, everybody, sit tight, and we're gonna play this video. Okay? Anybody wanna say anything before we get started?
I think we can start. Just give
Yeah,
us a
just the first
short
time I've ever
background.
heard this person's name. Never heard this person's name on Earth before, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Raphael, what were you saying?
No, all right, just start it, just to make sure we have the sound. Just before you go out, that's all. I mean, all right, it's good, yeah.
Let's see. Step 1, I see a UFO. That's transport of Astra 3Bs and all the Space Force Semper Super stuff that they've been doing. My parents were in 1969. My dad's draft number was 3. So then bioinformatics and genomics lines you up with vetting, psychic, poltergeist, possession, whatever they can do with your brain. This is the old way of doing it because once we went into the non-invasive neural architecture of N3 and N4, we used neural mesh technology. Your DNA frequency is what broadcasts that biofield. But stay with me, please. This is really important. So the old way of doing it, they had to physically get hold of you. National park disappearances, cryptid interaction, reptar belief, whatever. Why? Wireless tissue engineering and wireless total piezoelectricity control. That's your bone and the vibration it makes, the piezoelectricity. It's the old way of doing it. Why? Hey, I helped build part of the internet, remember? And I was trying to help you understand that hair, skin, and end problem. Yeah, no, really. We went to software-defined networking, and I lose everybody. And they're like, why are you talking about that? Because you're wireless. And everybody right now has a fixed magnet system sitting in their body part. And they didn't tell anybody anything about drone warfare, electromagnetics, nothing. I would know. When I taught in Wisconsin and I opened my office, it's what Synergy.com is. It's still me after all these years. In 1999, I opened my office and worked with the University of Minnesota Pagan Studies Group. They needed people to have something called brain-to-brain interface so they could have synthetic telepathy, nobody else. Structured query language is what backends WordPress. It's also structured query language Hive that uses GitHub style, Hadoop loop, and people upload code playing other humans like Sims. Oh, but they got an app for that. So they still, to this day, will not let people talk about the Havana syndrome. Are you kidding me? 802.15.4 is Zigbee and Bluetooth. And again, I was in January of 1994. So they used kids. That's what that whole Synergy.com is from 1992 forward. They used children to figure this tech out. They didn't tell anybody nothing. I mean, that panic never happened. It was a hysterical reaction to all the spinal damage. The lack of albumin production. Hang on. I want to show one other slide here, so to speak, before I get to the other part of this. First, it was fibromyalgia. It's fake pain. It's always your fault. Then it was pseudotumors and pseudoseizures and lupus, Lou Gehrig's disease, and all the autoimmunes. They can never be fixed. It's your immune system. Well, that's amazing. 80% of the immune system is in the human biofield, generated by the oscillation of our DNA structures and all the PHAGE states of our cells. You think they might know that? Yeah, I bet they do. Since 1911 and before, yeah, we've had autonomous drones since 1854. Okay. So then we have fake nano diseases. Oh, actually, they're not fake. World Health Organization, been around since 1654. Yeah, and then cancer, let other people talk about that because they have more information of how it's a big hoax. And then sudden adult death syndrome, heart attacks and strokes are normal, pseudo heart attack, pseudo stroke. So Blue Water people know all this stuff. You guys have been through it. So what happened to you, in my opinion, was y'all got sucked up in the original circles of hell, because I come from the original healing touch and therapeutic touch community, and I learned with people in Wisconsin and La Crosse. And I got news for you. A lot of those people from the real harmonic convergence disappeared. I'm still here. And they used that 9-year-old girl submitting to the Journal of American Medical Association up until this year. Because I watched constantly. I'm like, why won't they update Wikipedia? Now they have. And I'm going to show you why, Blue Water people, that they need you to stay in these circles of hell and never understand that this body part is a body part, because you'll blow them away. So the people that are strong enough to keep this technology off of them suffer with the nano bio internet of things. Yeah, she got a number. Yeah, the 802.15.4 is 2 fixed magnets. You guys call them etheric parasites. Nah. It's just that you're so powerful with your abilities of your own, fighting against this wireless tissue engineering, depending on where you live, the epigenetics of who you're around, then the bouncing the signal back and forth. And the thing is, they've got everybody believing it's a broad signal. It's something that you can, shield from. Yeah, they wanted their people to believe that. None of that is real. This is built off the same technology that everything is around us. And the reason for SRA was because they use human tissue. They use you to route their new internet. And anybody who knew about Dizdar's dolls, Russ Dizdar, Collins, and the sheriff's departments hiding all this time. They knew this, but they thought, I'm guessing, non-invasive neural technology connected to satellites that never go down. Yeah, they're called Jesuit VAX stations in UW-Whitewater. The University of Wisconsin-Whitewater is one of them. So when I worked there and I ran into different pieces of software, I kept them. Just thought, okay, they were going in the big trash heaps, no big deal. I figured it'd be in my library collecting dust. And then I heard Alex Jones talking about how you better hope you've got an old computer. But yeah, because the human body is where the data is. Now, when I can go and find the most recent cryptography, stenography-driven binomial algorithms, I used to do math in binary to subnet data sets for the 2-4 dots when I had to bring it from dial-up to broadband. So spare me, okay? I've had to dig that deep in the binomial algorithm tech, and that's where I finally found that the LOPAN, 6G LOPAN, is personal area network as defined by conductivity of the human body, not this whole, we grab it from around you. No. The science and tech on body area network, which this is wide body area network, 802.15.6, you are the network. And since 2005, you've been battling the swelling. And again, 802.15.4, it's not etheric parasites. The internet, bio-nano internet of things, is pulling the iron and different minerals and chemicals straight up out of your red blood cells right away, just like it's doing right now. But they're talking about it with backwards. I'm a network tech, so I understand exactly what this is because it's got engineering numbers on it. And then I try to help people understand this is engineered. You need to tell them that's a body part, because when they start playing around with the drone warfare here on CONUS, you're going to have people reacting to with their bodies. When we react with our body, it's like this. You can't, there's too many companies involved, so always 2 plus security. Then there's red versus blue plus their security. Then there's NATO. Then there's world oversight on top and with NATO and our NRO and other kind of sortas. Then there's proprietary software that people buy off the shelf and mess with. I'm up to 10 different layers of compression waves because that's what this takes. You are a sack of water and there's no consideration for you at all, because you would say, well, hey, give me that remote from my body part. They're not doing that. They sold you to people. Who? Corporations. When? September 10th, 2020, the Artificial Intelligence Symposium presented by our Department of Defense. I encourage you to go read the notes. I took my own on brinadone.com. They are linked there. I went over them a couple times. And now we see on CSER, which is our National Reconnaissance Office news today, I posted, they're still talking about Project Maven. That's because somebody up at the DoD just threw up dirigibles again, I'm sure, knowing that the game is going to be up soon because the rods of God and all these things that they were counting on in their Project Echelon are not at their fingertips like they thought they were. The sheriff's departments are dependent on the DISTAR dollies. Well, of course, they're flesh networks. And that, one more time, is IEEE 802.15.4, inside the human body, permanent lifetime sensors. SOSA, MOSA. It sounds like drinks, right? No. Sensor open systems architecture, no different than the way we built the internet, open systems interfaces. So, while you were busy thinking they would never do such a thing, back in 2002, I was doing my job, and I came across this on my friend, and it was remote procedure call. And so what they do is they were putting these sensors in place, because this is 2002. By 2005, it was born. What was? Zigbee. And all the routing protocols and the dynamic channel allocation that goes with it to multiplex their signal through your muscle tissue. Yeah, I said muscle tissue. You mean it's that fenestrated? Of course it is. This is security. This isn't a joke. So yeah, and what you do, and this right here that I've written out, just so we are all clear, this is word for word, letter for letter, exactly what the technical documentation says when you go read. Anybody can go read it. It's public knowledge for the reason that it is electrical engineering. And as you read, you will be allowed to do three things. Entertainment applications. The internet is for scorn. Gaming is social networking. And for those of you that think you're going to physically get up and move, you don't know what an electromagnetic is, does, or how it works. That's your biofield. Just talk to somebody who does energy work. They'll let you know. Because that feeling that you think that you thought that you might that you have, you're not going to be able to get that drone to let go of your electromagnetic field, and it dials you up like it dials a phone. Because you've given your DNA all over the place, and then no one knew, and bioinformatics is an industry where it was going, and it turned out it was all going back to BlackRock like normal. They were alerted of that earlier this year. And the back end of Space Force and Northcom is COM21 cable modems. I don't know about that, but I do know that the MAC addresses on those COM controllers are very different from anything in an inner city, which was given by Cisco equipment as a DOCSIS piece of equipment that was essentially throwaway as a network, which means the cities can rot and burn, nobody cares. So it is my theory that you were at one point stuck in the four circles of hell that never came together because nobody could figure out the connection between cryptids being psychic and UFOs, but nobody could get to the bottom of it. Well, no, not until they had full control down to your bone marrow. Piezoelectricity is how we walk around, and that's what powers green energy in the smart grid. Apollo Neuro in its patent reveals some of the new tech, but people just can't relax anymore. Oh gosh, because it's all your fault. Because it's all your fault. Because it's all your fault, right? Because it's all your fault. Well, it's not like you were being subtly electrocuted all those years. Nope. Then you went and reported Jesuit style to your mental health people, and they're right over top of those same low Earth orbit satellites. And that brings me to the big coup de grace. The underground databases are accessible to all these evil people. So nobody went ahead and took them to task. Nobody took anything away. Then they rolled out, in my opinion, the Q-Tarded movement because they want people to keep hanging on and believing that they have control. That mathematics that I just described to you is why I do not believe they have any control, along with they're still trying to kill me actively. Our own people and 2 other countries in the last 6 months. Now, I'm nobody. I'm 43. I'm disabled. I'm right here. Why keep that up? Because there's more to this story. It's an interdimensional war, and I'm previously part of that beacon system. And my records are here on Odyssey. You can take a look if you want to. I have no issue with anybody except that I do not believe they're going to apologize to anybody in SRA whatsoever. This is technology. They lied to you. And any of you that are in the super soldier community, in my opinion, if you're still feeding the databases because you're connecting with them, please stop. You should never have a silver cord. Those are D-Wave computers. They're underground. And those plasma cores will subsume humans. The less connectivity, the better. So what's the real problem then? Why am I so upset? Why don't I believe they're going to save us? Why do I think that math is such a problem? Throughout my time since April of 2022, I had no idea how ridiculously cryptographically this was until I saw a February 2022 article from, I think it's Indonesia, and they were discussing how to hide the social digital ID, certain fields within it. Slicing, network slicing. So of course, those of us who play video games, BioShock. Oh, so funny. So 6G low pan, your low energy green power is generated out of the piezoelectricity of you moving around Black Mirror Netflix style. That's real. That's that IEEE 802.14.5. If you can't find it, go through my links, you'll find it. So here it is, right? That pan is a personal area network. She uses your biofield. Yeah, it's electromagnetic in human flesh. That's the new network, yes. So now what you don't understand, because you're not a network engineer and you're not into math and all that, and you're like, what are you talking about? These nodes, the things that your energy workers have been calling etheric parasites, they feed into the big etheric parasites. They're radio frequency sinks. See, folks, you can't have that whole 802.14.5, or excuse me, 0.6. You can't have this, a wide body area network in which you have all this oversight, the metaverse, the Internet of Things, all this. You can't have it without all those little nodes feeding radio frequency sinks in what? Your body part. The biofield is a body part. The biofield is a body part. The biofield is a body part. So now remember all those companies and people and stuff I listed off? They're not telling anybody nothing. They're at war. They are not under control. No. Just like in the 70s. We have a massive learning curve. It basically dipped out and left. They never told anybody nothing. And I don't think that people with N3 architecture, which would, for those of you following along, Kathy O'Brien's daughter, that would be N3. You can't talk. It's down to your bone marrow and you grow with it that way, whether you're injected or it's done in other ways. So I got two people sitting on the couch. Let's say it's my husband and your child, okay, whoever you are listening to me. And you and I are in the kitchen and we're chilling. And I have a small little area here. I don't have much, but my little quail and hobby farm and my two neighbors. And all of a sudden, your husband or wife comes running in with a radio frequency meter and they're like, we got an incoming signal, because those signals are tailored to your DNA. They're not going to come off the big radio waves and set off the vax and have some big showdown. That's not how it works. So they come in and they're like, we got to find the signal and stop it. This is what people think. Well, I'll go turn off the tower. I'll cut it down. That doesn't stop the signal. The signal is seeking your DNA. It's hunting your human biofield. So I'll jam the satellite that's sending the signal. I'm sorry. And page 1 inside of this book asserts that those autonomous CMOS chips are not able to be accessed as part of the Stryker units when they roll through your neighborhood. And that's why I know how this works, because, again, I read the binomial algorithm down to every single command that it uses with every single phrase and every single JOULE of power and energy out of your bones using piezoelectricity. Amen. They're autonomous. That's what it says. And that's what they are. Project Salus, my parents saw it in 1969, but that's what was running all this COVID stuff, and in the Artificial Intelligence Symposium. Data science, they said. Project Salus, what did we learn? So do you remember that my husband and your kid are sitting on the couch, those two people, right? And the RF people jam the satellite, and then they run out there and cut off the tower, but the signal's still coming, and so they go to track it, and they're over there by the couch, and they're like, it's coming from here. Yeah, it's coming from the biofield of my husband and your child. So shut it off. How?
What the fuck is
Stop
this?
their DNA. Well, there's only one way to do that, and it's a little more than double tap, isn't it? That's what you're looking at here. That's why 802.15.4 is a permanent set of biosensor magnets, so that the little Twitter twits thought it would be, so that they could offer everybody the metaverse. Well, it is. It is. But they don't understand how it works. They think we're killing the planet. They have no idea that geoengineering is finished in 2025 and that none of these plans have been interrupted. They're marching forward lockstep. Everybody's too busy wrapped up in stupid crap and Alex Jones and then whining and not doing anything about any of this. Pater Noster, Prius and Cheli Sancti Futura Nomen Tuum Mobilia Regnum Tuum Fiat Voluntas Tui.
She's praying in Latin, by the way.
Ah, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, she's probably Catholic, yeah. I've seen her videos before. I mean, it's funny because I mean I've looked up some of the things she talks about, like the WBAN. I don't remember exactly what it stands for again.
Wide body area network.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So that all exists. So it's so yeah. I mean the stuff she's talking about, like the terms she uses and stuff. That's all definitely real. But obviously, if you look into what the wide body area network is supposed to be, like it's not it's actually not very clear. If you like read, if you just get a bunch of like technical mumbo jumbo, you kind of get to sift through it. It's kind of like what David Ewing is saying all the time, where they just talking out of their ass and just using difficult words to just confuse people. That's kind of the feeling I get with those manuals and stuff for the stuff she talks about.
Wait a minute. What did you just say? Did you just say
Well,
like
that's what I mean.
people
Yeah.
people like David Ewing Jr. who is talking out of his ass?
No.
Just
David Ewing
confuse
Jr.
people?
talks about. No. I'm sorry, that's not what I said. So, David Ewing
Okay.
Jr. describes like how people, for example, interpret the Quran like using mumbo jumbo, using like difficult words to confuse people. So the manuals that talk about the wide body area network and things like that she mentions, if you look them up, they formulate it the same way. It's like they're not written for you to understand what it's actually supposed to be.
Well, I mean, of course, they don't want you to understand what it's supposed to mean, right?
Well, exactly. Yeah. But then it's funny why they even put that information out there. So because you can look it up when she talks about WBAN and that it exists. It's a thing. But yeah, I can't confirm or deny any of her claims, obviously.
All right, so there's a few maybe differences. So one thing, facts. Can you please mute yourself when you're not talking?
Yeah.
Thank you. So the one thing, of course, for example, with legal stuff. Yes. Can you hear me all right? Just because my
you just faded out suddenly. Now we can hear you again, but you're slowly rising, I think.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, sometimes it's
now you're fine. Yeah,
self-adjusting for some reason. All right, so okay, here we have it. Sorry, guys. All right, so we have, for example, the legal system. There we have something like legalese, and it's mumbo jumbo, and it's deliberately made in a way to be confusing. However, still within the system, it has an applicability. There is, of course, it's not an exact thing. Also with law, I'll be the first to say that, but still certain procedures and so on that are being followed and that are relevant, that they are correct. I would say this is generally even more so with technical specifications. I will honestly say I've never read through an entirety of one of those papers. I have basic understanding of networking, or however you would call it, basic understanding. However, I would assume, this has to be verified, that many of these specification manuals and protocols from IEEE actually must be on point. However, because the one I was also thinking about this, and I was like, okay, unless it would be something super obscure that nobody ever realistically can use or implement themselves, and then it would be like a limited group accessibility, and then they could write in whatever they want, or even just write something completely wrong because nobody can verify it. From the little bit circumstantial evidence I understand, this is not necessarily the case here. And why is that? I know Nachiketa knows about this, and I'm just gonna do it like this. Let's see. We have the camera, and I'm sure some of you, and I will phrase it this appropriately now, but just look at this. You have my phone and the Bluetooth, and you see one is a TV that somebody owns, God knows who, and then you have these two unidentified IP46 ones, right? So thank you. And basically, if that is a thing now, and I'll not explain it further, people have to look this up, and nobody even considers this. And again, I'll say it, everyone who has an Android, you go on your settings, you go on, I think it's usually system info, and you tap on it 7 times, or version info, then developer settings are unlocked. If it doesn't work like this, you look it up for your own phone, and then you simply access the developer settings, and you enable either Bluetooth Low Energy or you enable show unidentified Bluetooth devices, because these two strange mumbo jumbo numbers you saw, this is because they don't have a properly assigned ID or a name for their ID. They have an ID, obviously, but no name for it. And this is a thing that has become very prevalent in the last years. I checked it even at the metro station, like literally standing in the station. I have this on, and I want to say my cell phone almost had a meltdown. I mean, not really, but literally the interface kind of got stuck because it was reloading all of the things and isn't used to doing that, I guess. So that's a thing. And no one, even in big alternative, I'm even going so far as to our favorite AJ, I don't think he explicitly mentioned and explained this. And this is something, because here we're not talking about something arcane or whatever. Everyone who has an Android can verify this. Nobody cares. So I'm just mentioning this because then I know certain, or from what I understand, of the base technologies she's talking about, they do exist. There's certain things you can see on the microscope and this and that and working technologies. And well, I just put all of those together at a few years more research. And I could at least well imagine that many things she's talking about can work to an extent. And especially the whole point with what I like about it is she's integrating the perspective of the energy field, the frequencies, the wireless nature of things, I want to say, and piezoelectricity. Because all these things, and also the fact that the body is an electric system, this has been completely obscured within the medical system and overall understanding. So this is obviously an attack vector because most people aren't even properly aware that they have a magnetic field and there's 100,000 factors related to the heart and so many other things as to why that is important. So it's the perfect field of ignorance where they can play around, and God knows to what level they really got. And I also think it's important to listen closely to what she says and what she really exactly means with every statement. But again, with the simple example I just showed, and no one's even talking about it in big alternative mainstream. So, I mean, what are we talking about, right? So these are my few cents.
Raphael, they removed a video from my YouTube channel 2 months ago. I was live streaming off one phone and I got it a bit wrong until I went into the settings, done exactly the same thing, went to my local train station, my local shopping mall, and all these strange numbers were coming up as people were walking by. And I think I knew who struck my channel, but I'm not that internet savvy or computer savvy. But I know who's watching my channel because I get so low numbers. But they removed the video anyway. So I know what you're saying is on point. And is it wide body area network? That just rings true to me.
Yeah, so the technology here and what I just demonstrated is known just Bluetooth Low Energy Protocol. I guess wide body area network, maybe an overarching term, or describe different technologies. Also, to me, whatever these signals are, and from the bit of research I could find, you can find quite a few things on Odyssey about this. To me, honestly, it seems kind of low tech. So in terms of what could be possible, because I can well imagine all the things that we just heard about, they are possible, but what was actually implemented so far to me seems like bad in many different ways. I think it's bad, but maybe I don't properly understand it. But anyways, so yeah, that's a crazy thing. And no one's talking about it. And I'm so astounded how it's possible that everyone has literally, I mean, imagine this, 50% of people in the West have a device at their fingertips, where with a few clicks, they could verify all of these things for themselves. They don't even usually need to install an app.
50% is a very conservative number.
Well, there you go.
Europe,
so how amazing is this that you don't have local TV stations, at least whoever, just to be like, oh, I'm confused. Why are there so many signals? They don't even have to make any allegations.
But where did you verify that again? How did you do that? How did you show that?
You simply enable developer settings on your phone, and then you either enable Bluetooth Low Energy Protocol and or show unidentified Bluetooth devices, because these type of signals don't have an identifier as your iPhone and iPad has, of course. Which
so how
again,
do you developer settings? How do you enable that?
You just look it up for your phone. You just enter enable developer settings for phone model XY, and there you go. It's very simple, very straightforward.
I managed to do it, and I live streamed it twice. Once at my local train station, once at my local shopping centre, and I showed other people, members of the public, look. I said, you know what an Android comes up as? You know what an Apple code comes up as? What are all these numbers about then? And they looked shocked. If you could see the blood rush out their face, they knew.
Whom did you show it to?
Just general members of the public. So I had two phones, one live streaming on my channel, and another phone I worked out the Bluetooth settings. And then it's like, as I pointed it at people, it would pick up all these strange numbers. There's one still up on my channel, but they took one down at the train station. But the one in the shopping center is still up there. It's a very short video.
I'm looking it up right now to enable it on my phone.
Yeah, so there's, again, many videos about this on Odyssey and maybe some other platforms. But again, this is one of those things, I already explained myself, but like I said, so easily verifiable, and it's a technical thing, so it's not something where one could say, oh, I'm interpreting what I'm seeing, this or that. And it could easily be collective effort or whatever, and everyone, the whole neighborhood can verify this. So like I said, everyone has this tool. But nobody wants to look at it. So I'm like, nice. The brainwashing is not too shabby, at least.
Well, I remember this one video. I think this is pretty well known one. There's a guy who went to a cemetery, and prior to being there, like he showed everybody, hey, look, my Bluetooth isn't picking up anything. And then he went to this area where, people recently passed and stuff, and then he was just picking up a bunch of numbers, the same thing, it's like numbers and letters, in the same format, right? Like usually in like in the form of like two numbers together in a space and two numbers and letters together like this, like all in a row, and that was what he was picking up, so I mean there are numerous examples out there.
Yes, exactly. And just for everyone who doesn't know, so why this type of numbers, this is easily explained because that's part of the protocol, and these are just the IP version 6 IP addresses. So like everyone, maybe many people know, their own address, 192.0.0.1, I think is the home address, but this is IP version 6, IP version 4, and for IP version 6, they added all kinds of things. Also, there's different opinions of how secure or better that actually is, but it definitely allows for many, many, many more numbers. And from what I gather, officially, this was developed and designed to support the Internet of Things, at least, 10, 15 years ago when it slowly got on vogue, because they said, oh, we're going to have so many devices. And already back then I was trying to calculate. I was like, so many devices? Like, why so many? Like, do you really need that many? Well, maybe now slowly we start to figure out why they need a system that supports that. And yeah, these signals that are picked up are IP version 6 signals.
Yes, because
so what does that mean?
Sorry, it will show you like if it's headphones, a tablet, a phone, and these numbers normally start with 68, 48, or they've got like a couple of letters and then G or B, or W or M. So yeah, I don't know. You have to do the maths.
No, the thing is, again, it's very simple. With every usual device has an identifier in the Bluetooth protocol. And then if for any reason a device does not send a proper identifier, then the only identifier it has, which it must have in the network, is its IP address. So therefore, then instead of seeing an identifier like Samsung phone, whatever, you see the actual hard. I mean, in this case, I'm not sure if it's hard coded, but however it's coded, but you see just the IP address itself and not the name. It's like you don't see the nickname, but you see the actual clear IP address. And the IPv6 addresses, they just look like this, and that's why you have this format of numbering when picking up the signal. Is that clear?
100.
Too Mephistopheles, but yes, because you did it yourself. No, it's great. Yes, go ahead.
I'm honestly not sure I caught that because I was looking into the settings of my phone.
All right.
So you were talking
learn,
about the
you will
six.
you will learn about it in time. Don't worry about it.
The,
Just learn a bit about it. It's all very basic stuff.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I can't seem to find the setting that is describing. I'm looking at the. I've got an article here. Yeah, I'll have to look at it some other
I
day
mean,
because otherwise I'll.
it kind of comes down to either you take it or leave it. Like, are people like, Bluetooth like connectable or not? Like, do you think that's a possibility? If that's a possibility,
Oh,
yes or
for
no?
sure.
If you
For
think,
sure, I think it's.
what's that?
For sure, I think it's a
I,
possibility.
w-
Yeah. Yeah.
I wasn't talking to you specifically,
Oh,
Alexander, but I'm just talking in general, for the people who might be skeptical of
I,
what might be happening here, right?
I see. Yeah. 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 Go
Go ahead.
ahead. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. Well, okay. And then, the idea that, okay, let's say we come to the conclusion that people can be Bluetooth connectable. Like, that means that you can be connected to the internet. Like, why not? I mean, that's the same thing, same idea. So, what does that imply? So, these are the questions that people should be thinking in their mind about, like, why are people connected to the internet like this, and B, like, if they can be connected to the internet like this, then for what reason should they be connected to the internet? And then, is it like both ways? Obviously, it's about receiving and transmitting information. That's what internet basically is. It receives information through the ether of the air, and you can use 4G, 5G technology to do this. And then, what does it imply for the individual if they can be connected to the internet and they can receive information? To what degree? So these are the things that goes on in my mind when I think about this information. And then you add what Sabrina Wallace is talking about, of like people being hackable, and we are nodes, and then um, we have a biofield and stuff like this. It's kind of like, whoa, what the fuck?
The first time I heard about it was the Myrna, the RM, the Jabberwocky, the arm thing. That's how it come across to me. Someone said to me, look, go to your local train station, put your phone on this settings, pick up unnamed Bluetooth devices, and I did. So I don't know whether it was before the, PAN Demi, the Jabberwocky in the arm. That's how I got the knowledge of it, and I just said to you, I was live streaming off one phone with the other phone, picking up all these numbers that weren't coming up as Samsung, Apple, or AirPods or tablet, anything, just numbers that no one had ever seen before, and it shocked the people I showed it to. That's from my heart.
Oh yeah, actually, art project. I'm funding this with $10. We can crowdfund this now. I thought what a great idea is. Everyone could do this. Maybe I thought about, even though it's maybe a little bit extreme, maybe add some nice, cute cartoons to it or something. But I thought about just going to a random public place, getting a really powerful, good projector, and just projecting that on the screen as people walk by in a public square or something, and you just
Oh,
see this thing
interesting.
updating itself all the time, just like that, and just leave it like that. And you can be there. If someone wants to know more, they can talk to you. But just to show that, I mean,
Yeah,
Well,
that's
let's
cold.
see if
That.
it like dawns on them what's going on. Let's see if people actually figure out, what the hell's going on. They
yeah,
have those like portals around the world where like people can go and they can see like another individual from Ireland, from America, and stuff like this. And you can set something up like that, with the IP addresses coming up, with around the world you can see the IP addresses of the people.
I mean, of course, we don't know. It could just be smart dust or whatever. But the whole thing, and also this, I mean, I think this is pretty I mean, mainstream, at least in certain scientific academic circles, the whole idea of basically nanorouters. So, of course, with miniaturization, obviously it has progressed the last 50 years. And yeah, you can just make things very, very tiny. And of course, with basic electrostatic thing and so on, yeah, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff. So anyhow, we can move on to the next topic. I hope everyone got the gist. And yeah, I can just encourage really everyone. This is the most simple thing you can do. Check it on your own phone. Maybe show it to someone who's not gonna completely go insane seeing it. And yeah, also just to become aware. I mean, there's probably a few other devices we should be using, just frequency meters overall, to really become aware of all the potential stressors. And even here, at last, I want to say, even if this is all true or whatever, no point in going crazy over it. Certainly a point in spending more time in nature and all of that. And the last thing I want to say, because I noticed from different individuals, independently verified, one thing you can do, or just again, please test yourself, is take a meter, go somewhere with a high radiation exposure or cell phone tower, high energy, however they measure it, millivolt or whatever, and then take a small piece of elite or noble shungite into your hands. And according to reports, even from individuals I know myself, this greatly reduces at least the measurement on that device. So that can be something very simple, very cheap, that may potentially, in some interesting way, somehow, I don't know, absorb the voltage in the area, or however you would properly call it. So anyone who wants the simple tool, they can look into that. Yeah, I think I'm done with this one. Nachiketa, it's up to you.
Mhm. Yeah, so I think that the Zagami one with Zertis is a bit on the long side, so I think people can probably check that out
Yeah.
themselves. I can share that video with everybody, but the world of hidden trans now reveals, or Shams Al Marif, the most dangerous book in the world. Which do you guys think is more interesting to take a look at?
The most dangerous book in the world, you say? What was the other one? Sorry.
A world of hidden trans now reveals.
Hidden
It's
trends. Hidden
yeah.
trends. Trends as in a trend.
TRANS.
Okay.
That one.
Okay.
Let's take a look at that one.
Okay,
Yeah.
so all I can say, so here, just caveat, I noticed this guy first many years ago, just because he was always showing pictures of strange looking celebrities that supposedly have one gender, and at least according to him, they had another one. And actually, when you learn about biology and physiognomy and so on, we even spoke about the free Martin and all of this stuff. You factor it all in. I mean, you listen to this guy first, don't be taken aback. It's a very particular type of presentations. He may make some statements that seem a bit overboard. And also he may have a style that is maybe a bit unusual. But I have to say, the more I'm looking at it, number one, I think it's supremely great comedic presentation. And number two, I actually think most of the times he's actually on target. So yeah, this is one of the few channels I can watch for like comedic relief.
You're playing my Digital Elders channel. Stop it. This is my lineage. Shout out to Mag, man. Bam on.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. That's why I'm showing it. What do you think? So yeah. Nachiketa, have you heard of him before?
Okay. Yeah. Give me a second here. There's somebody new.
He's my Digital Elder.
MD Presh, how's it going? Have we spoke before? Is this same Fresh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
What's up?
Welcome to the panel. Yeah, your profile was a little bit different. That's why I was a little bit suspicious if it was you or not.
Of course, man. Of course.
Okay. All right. So is everybody
Continue.
ready for this? Let's get going.
Now I'm gonna give you a mashup kind of video right here where I break down multiple things that's on the table. I'm gonna show you right here. Now we're gonna talk about the supposedly trans woman milk, meaning that this is dumb,
you
man.
can play at normal
Talking about
speed.
trans
Mag
people
won't blast you
producing
if I'm
milk.
about.
We're gonna get into this and give it a ban because, like I say, you don't know where the world heading, but yes, it is destruction. It don't matter what it look like. they're heading to, but it's destruction. Pay attention.
A group of health officials in the United Kingdom. So these are
Listen,
government officials.
watch the hand sign. That's the 666 right there before they give you the lies. Pay attention here to this dumb shit.
They are now claiming that milk produced by transgender women, so biological men.
You hear that, people? Transgender biological man can produce milk. You believe that, people? Listen, because we talk about it already that you shouldn't be drinking animal milk. You're not even drinking the human milk. But guess what? They're not talking about woman milk. They're talking about man transform into woman give you milk. Is that real? Listen.
Help of drugs, of course, is just as good for babies as natural female breast milk.
Yes, so it's just as good for baby as female breast milk. You hear that, people? This is why I know the world is heading for destruction. I don't know what you see or what you heard, but you can't hide from this. It is what it is. The earth is about destruction. It's a devil earth. Listen.
The leaked letter from the University of Sussex Hospital's NHS Trust insists the term they need to use, we have to use, they say, human milk.
Wow.
And it's meant to be...
You have to use human milk, but not woman. Not from the gender who produce it. You have to make a man into a woman and then now give them pill to produce milk because we have to use human milk. Is that stupid? Listen.
Neutral, and says that milk from trans women is, quote, comparable to that produced following the birth of a baby. John says that milk from trans women is, quote, comparable to that produced following the birth of a baby.
So you hear that, people? The trans woman can produce the same milk as the woman when they supposedly have a baby. Is that real, people? Is that real? By medication, you can make a drag have milk. Is that real, people? What is it they're doing here? Why would they do that? A trans woman can't have a baby, so why would you let them have milk? Is that real? Listen.
Joining me now to discuss this, someone I know who is as passionate about this issue as me,
a
former Liberal MP, Nicole Flint. Well, I mean, this...
Why is you laughing? Is that a joke? I already told you, people, all these experts is fakers, 100%. And you can't give fake rank and people without their smirking and look funny in the face. It's uncomfortable. Listen.
This, let's remember, was the first hospital really to go out there and use the term chest feeders. Nicole, what do you make of this?
Peter, this is beyond belief. I genuinely do not understand how these doctors are allowed to be doing this and who has allowed them to do it.
Okay, who allowed them to turn a man into a woman, change even genitals? Who give them that? How did they get the rights and them things to change a woman into a man? Change of body parts and all. Hormone shots, estrogen blockers, all of these things. Where did they get the right to do all that? I already told you, living in a devil earth control by devil peoples.
They're giving biological men a range of drugs so that they can chest feed newborn babies.
Chest feed newborn baby. Where would you get the newborn baby from? Who would be that dumb to give their newborn to a man that transform into a woman to feed them milk? Is that real? Listen.
So essentially, the medical profession and these individuals are experimenting on babies.
Wow.
Government needs to step in. I don't know how government...
experimenting on babies. So what kind of baby is you feeding that milk to? Whose baby is it? Okay, I understand that you get to a point now where you supposedly have two men together. I guess one could be a trans, and then you basically let them adopt a baby that need milk. So that's why they got milk, so you can feed a baby that they adopt. Or how would they get that baby to feed milk? Remember, young baby is what drinking those milk from breasts. So you tell me that these supposedly trans people would have a young baby to feed milk? How would that happen? Listen.
Government hasn't stepped in. And if we go back to first principles, and as our viewers know, I don't often quote the United Nations, but they have declarations and conventions on the protection of children.
Yeah,
And they have...
And you know that's 100% bullshit. The UN, what they do? They care about children. You better wake your ass up. They're the one who destroying the children. They're the one who molding them so they can be living in this devil earth and thinking that they're actually at the place where they belong. That's the reason why they do that, brainwashing the youths for them to accept this earth. Listen.
Them because the United Nations and the world and governments around the world recognize that because of children's physical and mental immaturity, they deserve a special level of care and protection. And that protection, according to the United Nations and all of the countries like Australia who have adopted this, applies before birth and after birth. So we need to see governments starting to do their jobs and protecting children.
Wow. So the government job is to protect children, not the parents, the government. And you wonder why they hands on you and your damn kids. Why? You're waiting for them for every damn thing. Huh? Is that real, people? That's why they can feed them transgender milk. Listen.
Why don't we have an inquiry? Well, we just knocked one off. Well, we did knock one off. The Premier in South Australia knocked one off. Pauline Hanson tried to get one up federally. Some Liberals voted for it. Other Liberals walked out of the room and abstained. There was an attempt in Victoria by our good friend Moira Deeming. Again, if everyone in the trans lobby is so certain that what they are doing is right, that this is the best course, chest feeding is the best action to go down that path, then let's have an inquiry, because more and more doctors in Australia, Nicole, psychiatrists, biologists, they're actually unsure. And you look around the world, they're all coming back from where we are now, but we seem to be going hell for leather.
That's right. We absolutely need an inquiry. I think it should be a federal government inquiry. The Labor Party could do this tomorrow. We can do it in a very respectful way.
All bullshit. So yes, you're going to get all of that inquiry, and that will solve the damn problem of them serving up transgender milk to youths. I guess that will solve the problem. Move.
20th century radical activist Saul Alinsky once wrote, "He who controls the language controls the masses."
Listen to this right here, people. He who control the language control the masses. Remember, I already told you how you get languages. How did you get it? They teach you it. You don't get it. The way the human beings speak or basically communicate is not the way we're supposed to communicate. It's because they dumb us down. You understand that? Lower our senses and how we use it and all. And that's the reason why we have to basically learn a language to communicate with each other. Pay attention here. Listen.
Never has that thought been more relevant. Right now, activists are busily working to redefine select words in real time, manipulating meanings to accomplish social and propaganda goals.
That's the new world.
How they do it and why is the topic of today's cover story. What's in a name?
What's in a name? Listen. Pay attention to this.
Perhaps nothing is more emblematic of efforts to mold our language and the confusion and debate that can spark.
First of all, the language is not ours to begin with. They're the one who teach you it in a book. It don't matter if you're born in an English-speaking country, they're still gonna teach you English. Do you understand that? Same thing with Spanish and any other language for that matter. They actually teach you it in curriculum. Teach you how to speak it, and the human being supposed to have only one way of communicating. Not all of these language is part of the division to slice up the masses and dice them up and put them in different sections, even with the communication. Make people harder to communicate on this earth. Now they have to give you a device to translate, a device to teach you to speak these languages, all by design. Listen.
In the 2022 hearing to nominate Ketanji Brown Jackson.
And take a look at this character right here about the John D. Johnson, or Jackson they call it right there. Take a look. What is that clothing it's in? Is that orange? And look at the grin at his face and listen to the question that they're going to ask to this person right there. Listen.
Supreme Court.
Laughing.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
There you go, people. Why did they ask that question about the definition of woman? And why did you ask a fucking man in a drag? Why? Okay, you see how the world set up? The world is just a stage. You have to understand. They come with man in a drag, come to tell you that they are real women. Now let's just see what this one gonna explain. What's the definition of woman? Is it a joke? Listen.
Can I provide a definition? Yeah.
Wow. He said no, people. He can't provide a definition of a woman. Unbelievable. And this is where the world heading. And I already told you it's our agenda. Remember, Hollywood pushing that non-binary shit, meaning that you're not gonna choose a gender. And of course, you don't know the woman role now in this earth when it turned upside down. How you gonna know what the woman really came to do? What the woman's job supposed to do? Be on earth right here. What is it? You're playing a man? I don't understand. You want the role that a man supposed to be play? You want to do everything that a man do? All of these things? How you gonna be separated to be a woman? How you gonna classify as a woman when you're fighting to do what man do? What man do? That's man. That's man. But you don't get it, people. What women do, what women supposed to do, that's what makes them woman. If everybody do the same damn shit, live the same way, how can you tell who is who? And this is where they're going right now with this satanic earth that you live in. Listen.
Can't. You can't?
Can't. Of course you can't.
Not in this context. I'm
Not in this context. Why? You don't know what a woman? What separates a woman from a man? You don't know the definition of a woman? Wow, unbelievable. Like I say, people, give the next generation a chance to breed, to supposed to be breed up and make some life in here. You're gonna see what it is. Remember, these are the new generation programming they're putting down right now. So the next generation will never be able to tell male from females. That's the Sodom and Gomorrah world they're going for.
Left-leaning USA Today insisted Jackson's puzzling non-answer was scientifically sound.
Scientifically sound, people. What that got to do with science when it comes to roles that the human being playing on Earth? Huh? Okay, listen.
Declare to the surprise of many, there is no sufficient way to clearly define what makes someone a woman.
There's none at all, right? Wow, unbelievable. I can't believe this. So there's no way to differentiate a woman from a man. Listen.
Many, there is no sufficient way to clearly define what makes someone a woman.
Wow.
The exchange
Look at that right there, people. That's a man. A whole strong, tough man right there with the hair peeled back all the way to the middle. Look at this.
As transgender activists work to blur the once solid line between male and female.
There you go, people. So yes, they admit it that they are trying to blur the line between male and female, but they tell you it's these transgender trying to do it. But you're dumb as a rock. It's the government people, it's the system. That's what they're doing. You don't get it, people. Listen.
Fierce criticism was building over men participating in women's sports.
Why, people? What's up with the sports, people? I don't understand. I don't get it. You all knows that man stronger than woman. Woman have more fat cells. Man have more muscle mass. So it's obviously that the man is stronger than the woman. Now, if you're going to take a man, dress him up like a woman, and put him in women's sports to compete against women, that motherfucker gonna be the winner. He gonna win over them. You don't get it on that. So why would you do that? You want to be a transgender or you want to perform in sports? Which one of them? You can't do both. You're a transgender and you want to perform against women because you're transformed to a woman from a man? It's the dumbest shit in the world, people. What is this confusion in this devil world you live in? It is confusion. So yes, they're going to tell you right now that basically you put a man in a woman's sports, dress him up real good, and he win is not an advantage. Listen, look at this right here, people. Look at this. Man made to pick up weight. You gotta be kidding me. Wow. And take a look at this right here, people. Tell me if it's not something that you see before. Already breaks them down. All those champion Olympic swimmers as women is actually man. 100%. Already break down the Katie Leckty. All of them is fake. 100%. Man in drags, they used to swim as women. Same thing they do in track and field and all. The whole sports is rigged. 100%. With all drags running, playing women.
William Thomas switched from the men's to the women's swim
See
team
that?
at the University of Pennsylvania.
Why would he have to switch from woman to from the man's sports to the woman's sports? Because he's a man. That means he's gonna dominate the women's sports, and he will come last if he go up against those same guys. He go up against man against man. He stand no chance. Just like the Serena Williams, who will stand no chance playing tennis against a man. Which it's supposed to play with because it is a big old ugly man. But they use it to play with women so he can stand out. That's how they give you puppets. You don't get it. The Semenya running the 800 meter come from South Africa. It will lap those women for real. Run around them, run laps around them. Because it is a man, a stronger, more physical human being. That's what you need to understand. It's no shame here, females. It's no shame. The Creator create a man to do these things. Yes, the woman gonna do the, woman made to feel pain, man made to struggle, do the hard work and all of this. Yeah, the man have to get down in the dirt and do all these things. That's what makes him a man. The woman, have babies and do these things, and the woman can basically, figure out certain things because they're not really in the fields, and they can, figure out some lighter part of things and do some lighter part of things. This is what the woman made to do. The woman can breastfeed, man can't. So no matter if you put some pills in a man and let him produce milk, that's not good. That's not something that's gonna turn out to be, healthy at the end of the day by producing milk to pills in man. You understand what I'm saying, people? Why everybody want to play the next role? Why one gender want to play the role of a next? It makes no sense, people. It's a devil hurt.
Yeah, shattering numerous records.
There you
as
go.
Leah.
That's how you have to do it. And of course, it's a liar about Thomas Leah. I already told you, people. It shatter records when it comes to swimming against women. Huh? But swim against man, and he can't really show up. You're not gonna be in the spotlight. It's not gonna be nothing special. He's just a damn swimmer. But yes, you put the man with the woman to race, and there you go. That's how you make a star. That's how you make a puppet using drags. Look at this right here, people. Look at this. Wow. Baphomet sign to show you who it is. But all of them that America produces, women swimmers, take a look at them. Katie Leckty already show you this. It's a drag, people. You can't hide it. They are mans. 100% in. No matter what they do, they still look like man. You can't change bone structures.
The spike in online searches for the term woman prompted dictionary.com to declare woman word of the year, defining it as an adult female person.
An adult female person. There you go, people. What makes females now when you have a man taking pills and producing breast milk? The world is done.
Are special interests and advocacy groups able to influence how we define terms today?
Absolutely.
Remember, people, they're the one who control this world. The peoples who control it. They're the one who give you the curriculum. They're the one who give you words. And I told you about the English language, real tricky, where they could have one word mean 3 different things. Makes no sense, people, but this is how they do deception right here on earth. I told you, this is not how the human being was meant to communicate, but they give you away, give you words and language and meanings, give you dictionaries and all, just to build your life up in this satanic earth, to live here and accept what they give you. Bam.
Gabby Rodriguez, like so
attention.
many others, is currently undergoing fertility treatment.
We're this very traditional
So
family.
take a look at this right here, people. This woman supposedly taking fertilizing treatment. You see that right there for what? So he can have baby, he can produce baby. Pay attention here. Go back.
Is currently undergoing fertility treatment.
We're this very traditional family that just wants to have a kid.
But she's now on edge after the highest court in Alabama decided frozen embryos are children.
Bam. So listen, people, the highest court have to come out. Remember, your life run by court houses making rules for you in this devil earth. Yes, people. So now they tell the highest court decide that yes, these embryos is people. It's funny how you don't call fetus people. You ever look into these things, people? So all of a sudden now you're gonna come and say, look, eggs and embryos, which we know that they're running a lot of psyop creating these supposedly human beings, mixing eggs and embryos from different humans. So yes, they tell you, yes, it's people. But they don't recognize abortion of killing people. They don't. They don't call abortion killing people because it's the government that play God, give it to you, the machine to suck the baby out and kill them. So therefore, once the government or the highest court, which playing God on earth, the highest court is God. If you want to be real, that's exactly what they're playing. So the highest court tell you that these eggs and embryos class as people. But them making a vacuum to suck the baby out your gut, whether it's 5 months, 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, it does not matter. Suck the fetus out of you. The fetus is not people. They don't classify that as people, but they do it with eggs and embryos. Pay attention here.
People can be held legally responsible for destroying them.
There you go.
Rodriguez worries knowing doctors may find some of her embryos not viable.
I don't necessarily want to implant a child that I know is going to miscarry. So what does that mean? My main worry is what are we going to do with the ones that are genetically abnormal, and what does this mean if my clinic shuts down?
So pay attention, people. And this right here, you know, remind me of the Cleveland Clinic, because the Cleveland Clinic have all of these eggs and embryos in there supposedly. You know, they're looking for the right mix, the right blend, and they're doing their science, creating beings. Not like they can make human beings, but they manipulate. That's manipulation, because they have to use the real sperm from a man. They have to use the real embryos and eggs from a woman. Do you get what I'm saying? Meaning in that they're not, you know, groundbreak, nothing. Only thing they're gonna do is supposedly get some different kind of sperm, mix it with this to get a supposedly human being that, you know, have less sickness and all of these things that they claim they can do. Probably make a bigger man that can run and jump higher and all of these things for their sports and all their competitions and all. Pay attention.
Questions tonight, all because of Friday's ruling in a wrongful death case where the Alabama Supreme Court found parents could sue an IVF clinic after their frozen embryos were dropped and destroyed. The decision finding embryos on ice no different than unborn children in the womb.
So you hear what, people? Just like unborn children in the womb, same way they tell you they have to treat these eggs and embryos. Right
had
here.
Potentially massive ramifications when frozen embryos are regularly created and discarded as part of fertility treatments.
Ultimately, patients will be harmed by this decision.
Dr. Mamie McLean, a fertility specialist in Alabama, says she's been fielding calls and emails over the court decision with no easy answers.
We're concerned that with the new ruling, we may have to limit fertilization of eggs, which will limit success of treatment, limit efficiency, increased cost, and of course risk to patients.
None of those things, people, is not healthy for the human being to go through. You have to understand that sometimes they're gonna tell you that about, you know, a twin stuck together and all of these things. A mother have 5 kids. One time they have, you know, triplets and all these things. It's because of the fertilizer that they be putting in the human being. This is what they do right here, people. A lot of people on that fertilizing shit end up having 4 babies at once. This is what they do right here in the devil
While
earth.
the decision is a first of its kind, other states like Florida now considering laws allowing parents to bring similar wrongful death claims.
There you go.
Others debating bills defining life to begin at the moment of fertilization.
See that right there, but you don't consider that when it comes to abortion. You see how wicked the world is, people? You don't call a 5-month-old fetus that they suck out with a vacuum. You don't call that a human being. But eggs and embryos is, right? Move.
Over the last 9 years,
Now take a look at this right here. They mentioned 9 years coding. This woman supposed to be producing all this breast milk and can't stop, even though it don't have the baby right there and then. You understand that? Didn't just have a baby, but all these milk coming out of it. Let's listen to it and find out what is it.
estimate my total donation numbers to be over 350,000 ounces.
350,000 ounces. This one say donate a milk. Hold on here. Go back.
350,000 ounces. I would not wish this condition
Take
on.
a look at this right here, people. This supposed to be all breast milk. The breast milk just coming out of her all day of the week. Listen.
My worst enemy. It is.
Look at
It
this
is
right
not
here,
fun.
people. You believe this or not? You believe it? Is one woman supposed to be producing all this breast milk right here and serving it up all
This is
over?
what
Look.
I would pump in a day. This is a lot
Look, people, that's it right there. That's what she pumping a day out of her body. Where is the milk kept? Where is it kept, people? Where is it stored in her body? Okay, I guess she have the big enough body to hold all this milk right here per day. It's not real. It's fake shit. 100% fakery they give the masses. It's almost like it's a mockery because you don't feed the baby breast milk, period. You feed them formula. That's why the whole America was going crazy talking about shortening a formula in the damn pandemic. What is a formula? They're formulating your baby. They're the one who poison and bring it up to be what it is. Sickness and complications, seeds already planted and everything.
It's like the best feeling ever.
Look at this right
And
here,
it
people.
lasts for only minutes before my body starts making
Wow.
milk again.
It lasts for just minutes before your body start making milk again with that fucking smirk on your face and looking at the people you're lying for right here on screen.
Nobody wants to live like this. Like nobody
Yes,
wants
it's
to
a
live like
curse.
this
It's
at
a
all.
curse.
How many individual babies
Look at
have
this.
benefited from my milk? That is, first of all, impossible to know. The milk bank I
Look at this
donated
right
to,
here, people, about milk
they
bank.
specifically take donated breast milk and create a breast milk product that is for preemies and
Breast milk, what? They make a breast milk product. Huh.
specifically take donated breast milk and create a breast milk product that is for
Really?
preemies and micro preemies. So
Micro-preemies.
babies that have just reached that viability, and something has happened where they were born far too early. They are not developed enough at all to be able to tolerate a man-made substance formula. It's too hard on
What
their
a joke, people. It is a joke. Remember, sometimes when they say the baby born premature, stays in the hospital the whole time. What do you think it was feeding on? The mom breast milk? No. So this is bullshit right here, people. Talking about it's not old enough to get man-made basically formula. They have formula for any baby. That's what you need to know. They have formula for any size baby, cremator and all. They have a formula for that baby. Listen.
digestive system. They don't thrive. They don't survive.
Look at this
So
right here.
this
Look at
breast
this
milk
fake shit, people.
product is essentially a prescription. It is literally saving their life.
Take a look at the hand sign right there with the pyramid on the hand sign. Yes, it's literally saving their life. And you know this is a 100% fake story. It's a hoax, people. You doubt me or not? It's a hoax. This is probably a man in a drag right there. Just like they tell you in the first story about a man in a drag producing milk by taking pills. You don't understand. There's no woman producing that much breast milk Where is the babies that you have? This is the dumbest shit in the world, people. Don't believe it. A woman that don't have a baby producing all of these gallons and milk a day, feeding up the whole wide world supposedly with breast milk. What it is? A hoax for the masses. Yes, another mag. Bam. I'm gone.
Well, there you have it. You know, who'd have thunk it? You know, men can produce milk, and they can be moms, and you know what a wonderful world that we're living in, where men can compete with women and just pummel them in whatever sport, and even physically beat them in the ring. What a beautiful opportunity for men to change their sex and compete with women. I mean, this is progress, guys. This is progress. We have made it to the 21st century, guys.
I especially liked how they mentioned the preemies, how we were talking about pre-scheduled like births earlier, and now they're feeding them like trans breast milk. I'm like, what the hell? It reminds me of that Family Guy episode where Peter Griffin was lactating at some point. He had this, and he had like this, like it looked like I don't know, like globules of fat or something that came out or something. It was pretty gross.
Let's paint an image there, Alexander. So
Yeah,
we got
sure.
Peter Griffin right there, imagining Peter Griffin, feeding Stewie, right, with his man moves.
Yeah.
Babies can't tell any difference between what a real boob or a fake boob. It doesn't matter to them.
Yeah,
Like
of
don't
course.
be discriminating man boobs, Alexander.
How
Yeah,
what percentage of US or European or whatever else we dare to guess population actually is on board with this and actually thinks this is great? 2%?
Well, I don't know. Like you live in Europe, so you tell us.
Yeah, right, I'm asking that you get no, but
Yeah,
like they really
I
are
get
on board, like really on board, because of course media coverage is whatever they want to pay for, but like really on board and be like, this is great. A few paid demonstrators and a few strange non-profits or something, but nobody else. Or am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, Raf. It's I live in Europe. First things first, yeah. Shout out to my digital elder Mag, who made this video from his heart, because I know his tone of voice. I know he cares about humanity. He cares about we're in the times of Sodom and Gomorrah, and it, is painful. I left it in the private chat. Hence the word trans world sport. Like, Max put so many people up on game, general amount of morality earned. Don't swap your morality for money, people. What these fuckers have done, excuse my French, they'd take anything from anyone to have an easier life. As Max said, there's baby formulas for infant babies, 0 to 3 months. It's disgusting.
Well, have you seen these videos of how there's like this like macho dude, and he's going out with a trans woman, quote unquote, and he's like, I can't tell any difference. I mean, like I would have never known, but oh boy.
No, Nikita, it always reminds me of Francis Begbie in Trainspotting. when he in a nightclub when he met the woman and he was in the car, and but no, I mean, look, come on, a man's gonna tell a woman. I can look at these what they are claiming a natural woman on TV. I call it tranny vision, and I've lost all my family, most of my friends over this. Maybe 10 years ago, trying to say to them, all the names, Sandra Bullock, Julia Roberts, Britney Spears, all of them, literally every single person you see on TV in Long Jeopardy that's on there forever and a day, if they put a natural woman up in the mix, would stand out like a sore thumb. And that's why I think my digital elder Mag is so passionate about making these videos and trying to show people, look, this is not okay.
Yeah. Fresh, did you want to say something?
Yeah, man. Peace to the chat. Nice to see y'all. Yeah, Mag is definitely holding it down, man. I've been following him for a while as well. He talked. It's basically these people. It's like they make this Pride Month, right, with the gays and stuff, but all in the industry is basically run on one emotion, and that's pride in themselves above everybody else, being better or something. They feel like they're really better than everybody else because they got a specific bloodline, or sometimes most of them are just born into it and stuff like this, right? So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've never heard that before. Pride, that pride over everything for them. That makes perfect sense when you put it like that. Well said. I like that.
Yeah, they say this. What is it? The first sin is pride or something. Lucifer. The first. I played music once, so I know kind of the industry a little, and it's like some of them are okay, but if you the higher and higher you go up, it's like that unreachable in a way. Or they feel like they're, but some of them, but yeah.
Kind of, I mean, it's interesting because you have so many superiority complex, sections. And just now I was thinking maybe this one is particular with the pride and everything, and a transsexual as it's now officially attached to, lesbian, gay, bisexual, which at the very beginning was only as way I understand it, about simple social acceptance and not making a fuss, which I would assume anyhow in any old world would already have been the case, but that's just a complete assumption, of course. But then has turned into this absolute overdrive, complete insanity. And yes, because the main controllers definitely think they are gods and better than everyone else. And I just wondered now if maybe that's why they chose this group in particular, or give them very special protection, because they are now the ones officially carrying outward the transsexual, let's say, normalization of transsexuality, let's say. Because of course you have many protected power groups, but here they may have a specific role. And of course the other bad thing is it also makes other people who believe, let's say, they're participating in that quote unquote community, if anything, then only adopt and emulate the same BS values that are handed down from the top, which, and as you pointed out, pride is a cardinal sin, but nobody seems to care about that anymore in Christian Europe, right?
Yeah. It's like they give it even to the public, right? They come with this. A good example is like white or black, right? Trying to put pride in people because they know what comes up must come down, right? But that's why they do it in like secret, because if you they come in front of the camera and act like they're all good and they want the best for the world and da. But inside it's quite a different story. It seems to me, at least.
Yeah.
See, Raf, get your head around. Sorry. Get your head around this one, folks. Who are the most discriminated people on earth? Women. They're not mentioned in any of the scriptures, any of the biblical books. Women wasn't allowed to have the vote in the Western world till a certain time. I truly believe things were a little bit different, a little way back when, and that's why I believe they've got such a bee in their bonnet about natural woman. They know the power of the creation. Everyone come from a woman. They've got our name, our game, everything, as Tupac used to say.
Yeah, but you can't define a woman. That's the problem these days. Nobody knows what a woman is. What are we looking at here?
I know your voice now. I know you're in a wind up, but I know. They've got us. Well, not us, but they've got the younger generation thinking they can't define what a natural woman is, and that's more than worrying.
No, not, I was in Nepal back in like 2019, and I met a few Europeans, notably from England, and we had this discussion, and they were visibly upset that I was telling them there's only two genders and two sex, and then they were like, definitely this kind of liberal, kind of like, and they were like, no, man, there's like 200 some genders and stuff like this, and they just couldn't believe
I read it in
what
a
I was saying.
textbook, Nachiketa. There is 500 genders.
Oh, 5. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm way behind.
No,
Way
I'm
behind.
just
That
saying.
was 5 years ago, though, too.
It definitely can't be a WICK swinging contest in this conversation, but yeah, like 200, 500, it's appalling. There's only 2.
Only
Yeah.
wanted to point out, like,
Gotta
how
go
did
to
they?
Poland. Yeah, go ahead.
No, just wanted to point out, like, how did they learn about it? There are however many genders. They probably read it in the book, or somewhere online. So, not even necessarily, because I mean, who even knows people that don't identify as man or woman, like, consistently, and maybe non-binary? Okay, maybe we have 3, but then who identifies as an attack helicopter? That's still my favorite one. Well, anyways, here what I wanted to show is just briefly looking up, because I was wondering, are there more trans women or men? Of course, this is only official survey data, maybe completely skewed, but this is apparently official, government info. And here what they say with gender identity. But I think it was particularly addressed to transgender identifying individuals, of course. So that's why we have here 100%. But according to this, because I kind of thought maybe there would be a lot more men that transition to women. And it's kind of true, because here we have 10% more. But it's not so much, actually. Cross-dressers, at least in this survey, only 2%. Non-binary, 38%. Intersex, 5% of but this is of course of respondents, so please, not of the population. And here we have the gender identity by sex assigned at birth. Okay, I'm not sure if I completely understand what this means, or how to properly calculate this back to what this is supposed to mean. Anyway, just briefly wanted to show. Oh, and here we have a race. Oh, race. How racist. Okay, most are white. This may also be an interesting factor. Who got the most TV shows about the mermaid or whatever transforming? I don't know. Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, this is a relevant difference. I don't think that definitely not on the planet that whites are in the majority. Whatever white means, of course, this can also be very skewed.
Yeah.
But just looking at this, it's kind of interesting, because I would assume, again, assumption obviously, but there's only a few countries where this is really going on full force, meaning that either the operations are affordable and or the appropriate drugs readily available also to be given at a certain age. So I don't think, but I really don't know, I don't think it's everywhere. Certainly in certain Islamic countries, the government does not officially support this. But from what I understand, in some countries, maybe even in Europe, that at least partially, or if you do it right, that it even kind of gets paid for or stuff like that. I'm not exactly on top of this, but please go ahead.
That's correct, Raf. It's the Tavistock Institution that funds all this, which is in London, and you can come from anywhere in Europe, and you used to have to do. I spoke to Sophia Lewis, a transgender woman, a long time ago when I first come online, before YouTube went live, and when Google Hangouts used to just stream to YouTube, and Sophia Lewis was interviewed by my friends, Content Over Everything, that went up Hyde Park, Speaker's Corner. And Sophia Lewis was explaining it was an 18-month period where you had to see a doctor, a psychiatrist, and then you'd have to go through the hormone blockers, then, estrogen or testosterone, whatever you was transgender into, and then the operation. But now that's all changed and it's been shortened down. If you watch Jordan Peterson and another woman from Canada. Basically, it's been shortened down to about 3.5 months, 6 months, top whack. You're in and out. And the most of the surgery is done, I think, in Turkey and Sweden. I may be incorrect on where the last.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so here, because we're looking at the survey and just to have at least the tiniest bit of scientific integrity. So who actually is purported in this 100%? This was administered online in English and Spanish and open to binary and non-binary transgender people aged 16 and older, residing in the US, a US territory, or on a US military base overseas. So these were the ones who were asked. And data were collected over a 48-day period from October, okay, let's not look at this one, 19, through December 5, 2022. The sample included 92,329 respondents, including 84,170 adults from all 50 states. Okay, so it was open to everyone, but still, as with these surveys, just heads up, we cannot know how exactly this was distributed, who in what economic situation and so on got access to it or actually to fill it out. So this may, again, heavily skew these pie charts, just as a heads up for everyone. Yeah, so it is true it's paid for, all right. And then if originally, especially, it's done by the Tavistock, I mean, we don't need to discuss this any further, I think, in terms of where this is coming from and so on. Of course, David Ewing Jr. speaks of this a lot. And you may even be familiar, there is a interesting video essay by someone called Mia Mulder. Did I show this to you before, Nachiketa?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't think so. I can't remember.
I'll look it up in a minute.
Okay. But meanwhile, while you do that, let me share some videos here, okay? For you guys. It's very short.
Of course.
These are from Telegram anyways. So we just saw an example of trans flags right there. Let me show
Venezuela.
a few more.
Did you guys cross the border to come into the United States?
Yes.
¿Hicieron su proceso de cambiar aquí en los Estados Unidos or antes?
When I arrived here in USA, I can find a doctor to hormones, to plastic surgeries, all that I need to continue my process.
So did you do all this here in the United States?
Yes.
And did the government pay for you to transition?
Some plastic surgery is to coverage for the government. If you wanna go to doctor, speak with them about whatever you want make in your body, in your face, breast implants and other tips to plastic surgery.
And the government will pay for it?
Is for me the only country that the government pay for a plastic surgery. In Venezuela, for example, the government don't pay absolutely nothing for you, and it's a benefit for the people trans.
Be careful who you kiss in Miami.
Basically, trans sleeper agent.
I don't care, it's a lot of girls. That's not a girl. I know! Hey! You know that's not a girl, right? What? That's not a girl. The girl you kiss, it's not a girl. And you're the fourth guy he kissed. He. That's a he. The girl he kissed, that's a he. That's a he.
I just can't believe it. You know, he's too drunk, and he's just like, I just don't want to believe it. There's a couple more videos I do want to share before we open it up, just to give you guys a little bit of culture, I suppose.
Is that in Holland?
This is Turkey. This is Turkey, and this one Turkish guy is fighting 3 Turkish trannies. So this is kind of.
I've had some Turkish trannies at work. Because I work at like international corporation, so they have a bunch of foreigners.
People worldwide are products. They are now patented goods. According to U.S. law, which can be verified, people who have been vaccinated no longer qualify as humans, and therefore they can no longer be categorized as human beings. In essence, this means that those vaccinated are no longer subject to national or international law. Since 2013, all people vaccinated with genetically modified mRNAs are legally transhuman and legally identified as transhuman. Then they no longer enjoy any human or other rights of a state. This applies worldwide because GenPoint technology patents are under U.S. jurisdiction and law where they were registered. So yes, this exists, but it is yet another form of dividing all of us from each other. And I certainly address all people. I address the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And we're all in this together. And our hope is that we can retain humanity in whatever way we can as this huge onslaught that we were not prepared for. We kept believing in the mainstream media, which convinced us that it was far in the future, when really it was being set up all around us. For the last 20 to 25 years, the geoengineering piece has been a huge part of this setup. And it's been going on, and we've all believed the mainstream media account that it's about weather, it's about climate change, it's about global warming, it's about carbons, and none of it was true. It is entirely about preparing for a transhumanist race.
All right. So, okay, one second. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, one second. Let me welcome Lizzo French. Hello. You mentioned that you were a trans before, and then now you're going back.
Yeah, I've lived this. I hope you can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, you're a little bit
Okay.
crackling up a little bit. So
Okay.
I don't know if
That's
the
okay.
mic connection is not good, or yeah, but
It
we
would
can hear
be
you. Go ahead.
Okay, it'd be my end. I won't stay long. I just want to address because you're talking the subject. I've lived most of my life. I spent the last 4 years trying to revert back. It's been very hard. I don't speak to any professionals anymore, so don't trust them. But I have my family observing me all the time, checking on me, seeing that I'm okay, my welfare. I'm still under I've always been under the Mental Health Act. When I started with the being trans, it was classed
From
as
female to male?
yes,
Was it from female to male? Okay.
no, male to female.
Okay, male to
But
female. And when was that? How old were you when you began that procedure?
30 years ago, but I was by default trans. My mother raised me as a girl.
Oh, okay.
I have discussed this on many chat shows before, but I get quite nervous talking about it because obviously the transsexual movement is a high priority, and they wave their flag with pride at the moment. And I don't want to be an enemy. I have nothing against the trans community, even though it's completely screwed my life up. Excuse me for being nervous, but I bloody well am. It's just I want to give a warning to. I like to give a warning to people, mainly parents that have children, is to keep your eye on them, because it's very lonely when you are trans. Coming up through it, I worked in the sex industry. Most of the relationships, apart from my main partner, were perverts. Most people who are attracted to transsexuals are perverts. I'm sorry to offend anyone, but that's how I found out. Most of my friends, when I lived in that lifestyle, were trans. There were a heck of a lot of suicides. A heck of a lot.
And drugs too, probably lots of drugs that was probably involved too.
Oh gosh, yeah. And even when you talk about hormones, for the first 10 years of taking my hormones, I didn't realize till I watched it on a television documentary that I was taking horse urine. It was horse urine.
Wow.
That's what I was. I'm only going to flash the cam because it's polite, just for people to know that who you're speaking to. You know, I'll turn the cam off for your bandwidth. Okay. Hello to everyone.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's been very hard, but you have a lot of fake friends as well in the trans world. Most people are trying to groom you onto heavier things. I was dragged around. I was dragged around the fetish circuit like a parading dog. I was like a novelty act. I worked in. I had to be careful how some of the things. Because I worked in West End Theatre in London, and under some really high profile names. And there were a lot of trans people in the movie and theatre business that I brushed alongside. That a lot of people here out there in the world wouldn't even know who these people are. But believe you me, some of these big people out there are not who you think. Yeah. And we're talking really high up people, and you would not know. It's quite frightening. But I'd be polite about them, though. They were never rude to me, and they treated me with the utmost respect. They really did. The only time I ever felt threat was in nightclubs and people trying to groom me all the time. But it's really I just any youngsters getting into it. It's a very lonely thing. You do lose. I lost my family for a very long time. When I changed, I had my operation to get the breasts removed early this year, and fortunately, I had it done. I had it done by a surgeon, and I said to him, "Please respect me on the operating table." I said, because I have my God with me in that theatre watching you. And he promised me, gave me his word, he would treat me with utmost respect, and he'd done a good job. That man gave me my life back. I'm sorry, it's not making much sense.
No, it's making perfect sense.
Yeah,
and you're very brave to come up and to share your story, and I have a lot of respect for you. And you know, I can only imagine how difficult it is, and I'm very glad that you are woken up to the whole thing and decided to be your true self, like I said before. So, you know, kudos to you.
I found out because I was in foster care, and me and my brothers, we never got the answer. My mother's still alive, and I don't really want to diss her much, but she would never tell me much about it. But my partner who died 6 years ago today, God bless her, she had an envelope that I wrote off to the welfare people who kept documents of me in foster care, and about 20 years ago they sent the documents to me, and my partner at the time, Kay, she read them and she said to me, You're not grown up enough to understand what the heck's written in here, she said, and it's gonna be very hard for you to comprehend. So I gave it to my psychiatrist to lock into into my file in his filing cabinet, and I never got to read it because the Tavistock, who I was under at the time, I think they've closed down now, so I don't know where that file is. So my brother, I told him about the scenario, and he said, well, let's write off to the welfare people from the foster care and see if we can get your documents. And last year, my three brothers, we all got our documents, and we found some stuff that led to how my mum raised me as her daughter. And that therefore I was put into foster care. So I was groomed by my own mother into transsexuality. And when I reached puberty, this is where it started to affect me, because I didn't really know who I was, because when I was in foster care, the daughters who were older used to put me in dresses because they knew my backstory. So I was always dressed up like a dolly. I even went to school in girls' clothes. It was appalling. I could go on for ages, but it's just a very rare scenario that I was just.
What years were you growing up? Like, was that in the 80s?
No. I was put into foster care, I think in 1967. I'm 60.
Oh wow!
I'm 61 now. I've lived when I became 30. That's when I went into the hormone program and the psychiatric program. And they took my blood, they took your fingerprints. It was very strange. We were treated in a very bizarre way. When I look back at it, I would imagine it's different now. I would imagine you could just go to a GP now and just get. But it took a few years to get the hormones and stuff. But the funny thing was, when I went there, they thought I was a girl, wanted to be a boy. I said, no, I'm a girl. They said, but you already look like one. You dress like one. They were quite taken aback by the whole thing. But
was your mother coming from like a certain bloodline or something? Was she a kind of an elite? I mean, what like, because I think that must have been quite unusual, especially back in the 60s. When you were beginning to be groomed. Of course, it's not, there are many cases, but only very top people it's not as common as it is now, right? And only the few individuals were a part of this process, right? So did she come from some kind of bloodline or like aristocracy?
My mother didn't find out about her parentage till about 20 years ago. My mother was abandoned on a pub doorstep in a basket.
Wow.
But she traced her parents back to I think it's Jersey in the Channel Islands. But we it's very vague. We don't know much about her background, but.
But what inspired her to want to do it, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, the only excuse she ever gave was that she always wanted a daughter, and I thought that was very lame. But the thing is, as you get older, you actually remember. I remember her dressing me up. I remember the fur coats and that she used to put me in. later stage, I ended up, unfortunately for me, having a fetish into fur. You know, I always found it as a comfort, because I never got cuddles or anything like that, and so I used to just put fur on me. And it sounds really crackers, but I used to just get cuddles out of cuddling fur coats, because I just thought that was. It sounds very pathetic, you know.
No, I mean, no.
Fortunately now though, I generally really feel I've got my life back. You know, at 61 years old, I feel like I've got a gift. You know, a new life. Unfortunately for me, I'm a bit of a recluse. I hardly ever go out. So, yeah. Small steps.
I think many people are kind of like that here, but yeah, like you know, I think the most important thing is that you feel good about yourself, and then you know, you are going back to your roots, I guess, you know, your true self again, and you know, you have woken up, and you're here to speak the truth of like what this is about, right?
Yeah, it's a beautiful feeling. Unfortunately, I was very clever not to have my penis removed. You know, I was very lucky that I didn't do that.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm producing liquids again. You know, I mean, I'm not embarrassed to say it. I mean, crikey, every man wants to be able to. I'm bloody well proud of myself. I'm so proud to be back as a man again. You know. But there's no way I'm going to slag anybody off. I'm not into that. I don't want enemies in life. I respect everyone.
Right.
But
yeah.
I would just love parents. I hope some parents who, if anyone gets to watch this, who've got young'uns that are thinking about it, is just to be very, very wary, because you do not get the support you're looking for. You know.
Yeah.
They won't get that. A lot of them are going to see it as glamorous. They're going to go, "Oh, I look like Taylor Swift or a pop star or whatever, or a movie star." Yeah. That soon wears off. You wait till you've got no real friends, and your family are too ashamed to come near you. You know, because now I'm back.
One question, please, Lizzo.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to cut you. What percentage would you say of people that went all the way and had? Did it change? Like if you had to say in 2024 to when you had your like transitioned with the top half, what percentage went all the way? That's my question.
Oh, quite a few, but they didn't live long. Unfortunately, a lot of them terminated their lives, which is quite sad. I saw so many lose their lives. Lots of them died via prostitution. You know, and
would you say that had anything to do with the drugs the Tavistock Institution was prescribing, like estrogen, hormone blockers that have got a lifespan? Everything on Earth's got an expiration date, even all of us. Yeah.
That does make. I do think that. I do. Gosh, I would hate to.
Yeah,
my gut feeling is that I committed a minor crime once, a minor crime, and I tried to say to them that the hormones they were giving me were messing my mind up, so they adjourned the court case and sent me to see specialists, and the specialist said, "No, unfortunately, you've got to put your hand up and own up to it." I said, "But I'm sure the male hormone suppressant I was taking, because I was taking hormones and a male hormone suppressant, and the drug was called Androcure, but they banned it in America, but we were still taking it in Britain at the time." And I said, I was trying to say to them that I thought it was that drug. They took me off the drug, and I don't think the drug is around anymore, Androcure. But I tried my best to win my case by saying that I'm sure the drugs had altered my mind, altered my way, my just my mental state. I personally think the drugs do alter your mental state, really, but that's a mental health patient saying that, so I suppose I'm allowed to say it. because I've never been released off the mental health all this time, all these years later. I'm still. Yeah.
Hey,
still
What a strange name, Andro Cure. You know, it's like a cure for androgyny. Like
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like.
I think its other name was cypretone. No, was it cypretone acetate? I can't really remember now. But it was initially on Premarin, which is horse urine, you know, in a candy, sweet pill taste. Still remember it.
Sorry, I was going to say, Lizzo, like labels and the Mental Health Act for me are just a healthy reaction to a very unhealthy environment. And honestly, if you're going to keep it 100, if I hadn't gone down the road of sort of I went down with criminality and drug taking, if the people I'd been around had encouraged me to do that, I'd probably be in the same shoes as you. That's the truth. I want to be the big bad man and say no. But the reality is, you are a product of your environment 9 times out of 10, and so I 100% feel where you're coming from, and I don't want you to think, because most people think, Fax is just a hater. He's so this and that, and it's not. Like I get it. I get where you're coming from, and so don't beat yourself up, my friend. Like it's what Nachita says. You're being your true self. You've come. You're doing what you're doing. So all blessings and praises to you.
Thank you. Yes, it's been hard. It's been hard, but I'm glad I'm back, and believe you me, I am so excited to be who I am again. It's to find out who I really am. It's great, really nice. My feeling.
I think it's really amazing that you're coming on. Actually, when you commented, I was thinking to myself, I was like, oh, would be cool to talk to, and I'd hope you say something. So thank you for reading my mind or whatever happened, or the whole chat's mind. So that's really awesome. One thing, not to sidetrack, and if you want to explain more, please do. But just when you recounted all of this, it really, basically everyone in this petri dish of whatever where we are seems to be some sort of a guinea pig for certain individuals. And in your case, or with this pattern, it just seems to be even much worse. I'm wondering, and there are some historical ideas about eunuchs and this and that, so it seems this is a recurring pattern, may have existed for a longer time, may actually also be from this whole Babylon, Vatican, Cairo invasion of ideology. However, what I'd like to bring up in terms of all the substances... Oh, you're crackling on your microphone, Lizzo. Oh, it's okay. Right. Maybe you could... Yeah, thank you. So one thing that came to my mind was like, it's a cruel, crazy, insane, almost like an experiment, or maybe in the modern time, which is maybe why they had, I don't even want to say better care, but let's say they, as you recounted it, they kept you under closer observation, if that really was with the Tavistock, as you said, which of course in itself is a huge red flag, and maybe then got rolled out to more individuals, because I would assume, even if they say it's an agenda, they will first induct certain individuals through whatever means, and then roll it out to the public. Then they can better already know what the effects will be. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. And again, I'm putting myself in the same guinea pig position. It's just, I guess, different sectors or special experiments that they are conducting. And the other thing that came to mind when you guys mentioned the potentially negative effects of these hormone blockers, of course, it makes perfect sense if my body has a certain pattern, which may obviously also be dependent on my biological gender, and then I ingest all kinds of substances that are completely going against that pattern, then, I guess it would be the most natural thing to get insane or whatever it would be. And what it also reminded me of, what I heard, and this is a kind of recent thing, I guess maybe 5 or 10 years, I wanted to ask you, Lizzo, if you heard about this. Maybe you have already investigated the whole HIV thing. I'm sure you had conversations about it aplenty. Ultimately, it's, how should I put this in the proper way, and also to get nobody banned. Let's say it's not exactly maybe as they say that it is, and also it's it's not contingent upon once having intercourse with the wrong individual. Let's just put it like that. That's even official statistics. But anyhow, much of the supposed community has been very afraid of it ever since the 1990s, I guess. I guess different people deal with it differently. But anyways, a few years back, I then heard there is new drugs available now, which are something called PrEP, and there is something else. And then I only spoke with one individual, and they kind of said, yeah, actually, it's amazing, because with this, they say it reduces the risk of transmission by 99%. But the effect for the community or whatever actually was apparently that they now lost completely all, I don't know how to say that, not celibacy, because that's too strong a word, but all inhibitions, let's say, because from that moment on, it was clear, oh, nobody can get this thing anymore, which they were all afraid of. But probably the substances themselves, this PrEP and so on, I didn't look into it exactly, but it's probably super dangerous in itself. So I just wanted to ask if you had heard anything about this or anything related to anything I said or unrelated. Thank you.
My only views on the HIV thing, crikey, am I really can actually say this? Quite a few people I hung around with in the 90s and 80s who allegedly had it. Even a close boyfriend I had once had it. He'd stopped taking the drugs, and a few people I knew stopped taking the drugs. They're still alive now. They're still alive, and they don't take anything. They just from that alone, I personally didn't believe in it. I'm sorry to sound like a crank, but they're still alive now, and they were diagnosed with it in the 90s, you know, and that's all I can say. But crikey, I never believed in it. I still don't.
That's
Sorry.
great. No, thank you for.
That's all I can. That's all I can say on HIV. I'm sorry.
I think it's incredible, like how, you know, as especially like in, you know, during a month, you know, during Pride Month and things like that, how they talk about how brave people are for coming out and things like that. But you know, I think this is the real bravery, honestly, to just you know, face your true self, you know. So yeah, you know, you definitely have our respect and our sympathy, I think, for sure.
Thank you.
For sure, man. How are you feeling about resentment, or do you have any resentment for what society has done, or you know, how are you dealing with that?
No, because it was an experience. At least I can say I experienced what I went through. I mean, if I had to go through it all again, I probably would. All I've got to do, the only thing I've really got to do is have the courage to go out and speak more and be more eloquent in how I talk, but without stammering and stuttering and sounding like a gibbering. Well, not sound like a gibbering fool, but I mean, I need to be more eloquent and not so nervous, so that people will listen to me, because I wouldn't. The last time I spoke about this was about 4 months ago, and afterwards I thought, I've said everything I need to say now online, so somewhere someone will find it, and I never have to say it again. But because Nachiketa put this, I saw this on his stream, I thought, no, every time you see it, you have to come up and use your balls that you got and speak out, you know.
That's great.
I do need to, but I must never show. I don't want to show disrespect to the trans community, because I went through it, and I was confused, but to me it felt normal. It felt normal. I never once felt like a female. I cannot hand on my heart. I never felt like a female.
Mm-hmm.
I passed as one extremely well. The thing is, I never used. I have a problem. I can never go out far from home because I'm scared of going to public conveniences, because I would refuse to go into a female's changing room or toilet, even though I passed as one. I just didn't think it was right. So I would just hold on. I have a very strong bladder. I really do. But I still to this day cannot go out of my house and use a public convenience. It's something I still can't do. When I decided to change back, it was after my partner died 6 years ago. I told her when she was dying, I said to her, my plan is to go back and be Alan again, you know. And I've done it, but she's not there to hold my hand anymore. She was very much like a mother figure, you know. I was very much like a child for most of my life with her. And she would let me go off and have my gay affairs with that I used to have. She was very tolerant. But now I'm back. I mean, I do feel like a man now. I do feel more grown up. But I keep stressing I don't want to diss the trans community. I just want them to just think, stand back, take the makeup off, and think. You know.
Yeah, I think I saw you actually at was it the Bro Sanchez maybe? Were you over there, or was it somewhere else? I think I've seen you before.
Yeah, I've not Bro Sanchez. I've been on quite a few. I have been on. I mean, I've talked to Z, the lovely Z, and quite well. Yeah, I've been around talking about it.
Okay.
Like I always, if I see it, yeah, I have to come up more when this is being debated. But I'm scared. I'm scared of repercussions. I don't want them, the rulers, coming after me. You know, so you can see I pull my punches. I'm pulling my punches. You can tell. You know,
this is very important. I feel like for the regular people who fall for the idea of what they sell us in television, because they're gonna back up the idea of people wanting to be themselves, right? Because that's what they feed people, right? And that's of course also okay, you know. But when they also should hear the other side of the argument, which you are a perfect representation of, I think.
Thank you. I'll do it politely as I can, but I have a suspicion that this goes right back in history, though. This isn't a modern thing. I think this goes back way deeper than we can imagine. I mean, I used to joke and call myself the Baphomet because I really was that breasted penis walking thing, you know. I'm glad I'm in Jesus's camp now, you know. But I really did play on that game. I played that game, and I did live in a very sinful world.
I've seen the Asino, these kind of terms, you know, the priest of Inanna and all this. I heard some guy talk about, I think Mr. E or something.
I'm not familiar with that. Sorry.
Okay, and that's Babylonian ancient god or something, and they had something called Asinos with them, who were said to be transgenders, basically. So you are right in that it is ancient, you know.
Yeah, far back than more than we think. Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, I would imagine even into politics and dare I say royalty. I'm sure. You know. I'm sure. I'm sure. Maybe I don't want to talk about that too much. You know.
Well, that's okay. You decide, man.
Yeah, but I tell you what, I mean, I know. I'll just say the word Big Mike, you know, but she caught my eye. She caught my eye straight away. I'm not saying who. I mean, anybody could be a big Michael, but that one caught my eye straight away years ago. Straight away, I thought, hello, girl, hello. I quite liked her as well. I thought she's quite dishy as well.
That's kind of low-key the reason why I would actually love if Michelle Obama ran for presidency for the Democratic Party, because I cannot imagine Trump holding his tongue. Although also many people say he has small hands. So, and also, please nobody look too closely at his wife either, or nobody please look at First Lady Boys of the United States on Odyssey. So then we'll get there. And what it made me think of is even as a teenager or whatever, you're looking at these strange TV shows, especially German-speaking countries, in my case Austria, and you see these supermodel shows or Baywatch or whatever they showed, and to me, even though I could never exactly pinpoint it, I always felt like, well, these women on TV, the way they look and how they're strong or whatever, and built, and their faces is like a special type, or it's like a special kind or something, or they're like special. They look a bit similar in a way, and also so special. And also you rarely see that particular type in public, let's say. And then years later you realize, well, it may well be some of those are have just switched around, and that's why they look so peculiar. And yeah, Mag was one of the guys definitely who brought me up to speed on that, and I was like, okay, but I always like low-key had a strange feeling about some of them. I couldn't pinpoint it, but yeah, now we know why.
Do you know the only thing? The only thing I could never fake, being when I lived the trans life, is the smell, the scent. Yeah, you can't fake that smell of a woman. You can't. You can throw perfume on and stuff, but that real smell, big giveaway. Can't fake that smell.
That film, The Scent of a Woman, with who was the star actor in that?
Al Pacino.
That's correct. Well said, Nikita.
Yeah.
Like there's always underlying truths in these. Like they're telling us to our face, like what Lizzo's saying. Like the theatre. A natural woman wasn't allowed to play a natural woman on stage. It was always men. So where do you think all these families of generations went? That wanted,
actors then, actors now.
Yeah, I'd met one half dressed in I used to take a post down to a particular actress in one of the theatres I worked in, and I caught her half undressed, and she knew what I was, and I just suddenly found out what she was, and I was like, bloody hell, I didn't know. I'm not going to out her, but I mean, she was a peach, and I didn't know till that moment. Like, bloody hell, yeah, crikey. I used to work for the one who done the Bond movies. I worked with him for a few years. Sam Mendes. I worked for him. He was a lovely man, nice man. Yeah, I had a very glamorous life in the theatre. They spoiled me rotten. They really did. But they were very polite to me anyway. That's all I can say. I mean, I know they get a bashing from the press, but all I can say is they were very polite to me. I can't really diss them. But I don't know the real agenda behind this whole transgender thing. I don't really know what its key point is about. I don't know whether it's a
well, we can speculate on it.
Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you. Yeah.
For me, it's destroying a natural woman. Sorry, Raph. Sorry, brother. You got the floor, mate.
Well, I mean, that's part of it, definitely. Yeah, that's part of it, definitely. I mean, I think it's more than just that, because there's a bunch of agendas that play a role there as well. And I think they're not just trying to destroy women. They're trying to destroy men as well. They're trying basically to destroy our natural self identity. this way, but there's also other reasons, because I think they also, they're trying to find ways to mess with our physiology, among others. So I think, for example, circumcision is a big part of that, especially seeing how dominant it is in America, for example. How many men are being circumcised against their,
That's been going on
young
for a
age
long
before
time, though, right?
it's been, well,
Circumcision.
yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's
been going on for too long, you could say.
yeah,
And I mean,
yeah, but
it's one thing. It's one thing if you're Jewish and it's like a religious thing. I mean, I still don't agree with it. But then at least it's their thing. Okay, let them have it. Whatever. But it's being imposed on a populace that has no, there's no basis for it. There's no reason for it. But there are definitely consequences for it, and that's the problem. So I think it has to do with sapping people's life force in all manners possible. So circumcision is one of the easiest ways they can do it. But and the whole gay and trans agenda and things like that, I think, are very much
but don't you think?
very much related to that.
But don't you think that the transgender agenda is somehow related to the transhumanism agenda,
Well,
or do you
yeah,
think they have
absolutely.
no relations?
No, I think absolutely, and that's, and I mean the whole LGBTQ agenda is related to that, but I think the trans agenda
Plus,
is like a step further. Yeah, it's like where it starts to become reality. Let's say where it starts manifesting as not just
the
as an
trans
agenda, but as a thing. Yeah. Sorry.
the transhumanism agenda is very much connected to the humanist agenda. Raphael, I
Or
think you
yeah.
know probably more than anybody here in regards to the humanist slash transhumanist agenda. Can you speak on it a little bit?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely all connected. What also made me think of it, and again, I'm just describing this neutrally, Lizzo, when you say they treated you well. Unfortunately, I mean, number one, there will probably also be an underside of all of this with individual, just like, everywhere, trafficked and whatever else, bad things happen. But then, of course, especially if it's part of an agenda, then in this case, and maybe I can say this because you were an actor, if I understand correctly, at the theater. But
That's
then
correct.
obviously,
Yeah.
yes, you're an important actor or important piece, of course, for the theater, and I'm sure they liked you and it was genuine from their side. But in terms of larger agenda, of course, there will be funding and it will be ensured. Although I have to ask in your case, actually, yeah, because I didn't even ask it, because for some reason now I thought that you were like official, but no, of course, nobody knew that that you had transitioned when you were at the theater, right?
Yeah, they only found out about 5 years in. They suddenly, it dawned on them what I was. Yeah. It took them a while. Yeah,
Okay,
5
okay, so then
years.
it's different again.
Wow.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so then it was just your artistic talent, because otherwise I would have thought, okay, maybe there is, some special fund to make sure transition individuals are at the front stage. But in this case, it's even, I guess, more kudos to your artistic ability. Okay, all right. So yeah, humanism, transhumanism, and Lizzo, kindly mute yourself, just because I get so distracted when I hear background noise. Thank you. Yeah, humanism, transhumanism. That's why before I mentioned the Babylon Cairo thing, which Lizzo also sideway mentioned. This seems to be this, modern Catholic Vatican ideology, then Freemasonic or whatever, that originally was imported through, well, Egypt, Cairo, or then maybe as a sideway stop, Istanbul. But definitely then, yeah, this Vatican force invaded from the south into Europe, and yeah, started the Renaissance with humanism. And transhumanism is just the conclusion of humanism in a strange way, in as to, how do I put this properly? Instead of having divinity defined as the one source, or I still don't know how to properly say it according to any of these ideologies to represent them perfectly correctly, but instead of having that, diverting the divinity from one source or one God to either the human as the measure of all things. Humanism also introduces the idea of quality of life being an equally important element as the life itself, meaning that starting with humanism, you actually are allowed to how should I say this properly, diminish other lives just to increase quality of life of certain of others. So it's utilitarianism. And yeah, then this leads into transhumanism in a strange connection with, also I haven't completely figured this out yet, but overall I would just say it's to completely confuse and disconnect people. So either you become this whatever trans thing or something you yourself wouldn't even be comfortable with, and or you become a mindless drone or like gender neutral drone cyborg kind of thing, because gender also carries a polarity with it. And even here, I'd be the very first to say everyone can express themselves in any way and dress in any way they want. It's not what we're talking about, or what they want to do with other consenting adults.
No.
But this, of course, this whole overdrive and on top thing is, I don't know. To me, it was always obviously a scam. And ever since they started playing Lady Gaga, I was like, okay, now it's the time, like it's the end time has begun again.
Do you mind if I sum this up differently? Because I've
Please do.
Because I'm a philosophy graduate, so this was like a big part of our training in college.
Then kindly, yes, do explain it, and also explain if you know about this, because there seems to be some kind of a split. Because I technically, even though they rarely explicitly spoke about it, I technically went to a humanistic high school, and here they say, rationality, which is also code word, but also critical thinking, all that, and you're like, yay, and be for the humans, and it's awesome. But in some actually core definition, it looks a bit different. So please explain.
Yeah, so it's funny because so the first things you learn when you start when you start a philosophy course is basically the difference between classical and modern philosophy, and basically the split happens during the Enlightenment, or actually during the Renaissance. But the Enlightenment is where this becomes like a new kind of discipline in philosophy as a how do you say, as a profession, let's say, or as a thing. So, and the difference between the two is essentially, the core of it is essentially the classical philosophy, or like, the philosophy of the ancient Greeks and Romans and whatever, allegedly, but we could probably transpose that to Arabic philosophy as well. We certainly could. Is basically that philosophy is their philosophy is about how things ought to be, and that's the mainstream explanation. While modern philosophy is about how things are, and that's the core difference. But what that basically means is that the ancient philosophers always what's the word now? They always worked from the basis of like a higher source, right? So it would either be God, or like the one, or the so usually it starts from somewhere outside of our experience, and kind of trickles down into our world. And our goal as living beings, as humans, but the goal actually of everything that exists, is to achieve that perfection of that from which they derive, like Plato's ideas, the world of ideas. There's an idea of a perfect chair somewhere. So all the chairs that we create are like an imitation of that perfection, and we're trying our best to achieve that, right? And the same goes for us as people as well. So Aristotle says, like, we even so everything has a number of causes, 4 causes specifically. So you have the cause of form, the cause of function, the cause of what was it? I don't remember them all, but the most important one at any rate is the form of the cause of the end. So basically the purpose of a thing. Right, so the purpose of a knife is to cut. The purpose of a pen is to write. The purpose of a human is to, well, that's what we're discussing in philosophy, right? So with the Enlightenment, something changed, and that starts with the scientific method. You got Galileo, who allegedly proves that the Earth is round, and this and that. So all that plays a role, right? And so they decide to change the focus, or that kind of happens naturally, or maybe that is something that has been injected into modern philosophy. from what how things ought to be to how things are, which means that now suddenly the reference, the point of reference, or the standard that we hold things to is no longer perfection, is no longer something we need to work for to achieve, but rather how things already are. So basically the lowest common denominator, and basically based on that, we're trying to figure out how morality should be done, what aesthetics are, etc., etc. And that's why they degenerate, because there's no longer, we're not raising the bar anymore. We're basically lowering it. Yeah, and that's the essence. And that's the funny thing, because that's why Nietzsche says that the end result of this is nihilism. And that's what he warns us against, because he realizes that we have killed God, and we have, and we have removed the foundations on which we were originally building. So yeah, it's a different perspective. It's the same story basically.
Well,
but, yeah.
Yeah, I had a hard time following it, and I really didn't understand like what the conclusion
Okay,
was.
so
So
the point is humanism.
Yeah, okay.
To make it simpler.
Hold
yeah?
on one second,
So,
Alexander.
yeah.
Hold on one
Yeah,
second.
sorry.
Go ahead, Raphael.
Oh no, I just wanted to. So as you said it at the end, I think very nicely. Either raising the bar to an ideal and derive my philosophy and goals or whatever philosophically from a higher ideal or a higher source, or as you explained now, with the common denominator, which of course is a completely different direction in terms of philosophy or morality. That's the gist I got. But please.
Yeah, basically. So the point is more or less that we've replaced the standard. Like if we take God as a standard for our morality, for our aesthetics, for our so basically the three core values of philosophy are the good, the beautiful, and the true, right? So morality or ethics, aesthetics, and epistemology, the truth. We've replaced the standards for those things from God to a human perspective, right? So we no longer have a higher perspective to actually objectively
yes,
how do you say, evaluate those values. Yeah.
Yes, and this is great, because through humanism, man is made into God, and then therefore anyhow we can say, oh, it's just the same thing, even though it's just my subjective human
exactly. So
particular
everything
group
is
perspective.
relative and subjective. Yeah.
Alexander, please.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm already finished. Which the whole thing that just trips me up about this is, how these things could develop in this way. That now everything, as you say, has become subjective, and any particular power group has even declared themselves to be God, and therefore completely replace the standard, right? And what trips me up about it is that the way you're saying it, I can understand what you mean. Also, with God as a standard, everyone could think of something. Let's call it, or let's say Jesus, or let's say Allah, or whatever you want. What trips me out is that this seems to be a better standard, even just contemplating it, even though nobody can exactly say what it is, or maybe that's why, So anyway, everyone could say, I want to create the perfect chair, but the idea of the perfect chair for everyone, or of the perfection of God, would be different for everyone. But still, miraculously, I mean, because it's inbuilt in humans, it'll most likely be something superior in aesthetics and epistemology, however you would put it, than something derived in a different way, even though we don't even know what this higher thing exactly is, or existence itself, or however. But it's a better standard than going the other way around. Yes.
I think we all have that instinct of the true and the good and the beautiful, and that's why even with this like flawed perspective that we have now, that is imposed on us basically, that goes against our instincts essentially. Even so, we can't help but proceed the way we've always done. Basically, it's just that we're being hampered like on all fronts.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's also.
Look,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, Alice.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah. If you want.
I was just going to say we're over egging the pudding here a little bit. For me, I was brought onto this earth a happy young man, or a happy child, like a boy. I knew my sexuality. I knew I liked to play in the woods. I knew I was different from the girls. Yeah, like when we played kiss chase and stuff like that at school. Before the indoctrination really started, I was just content. And my family, when we went on those holidays and we done some fishing and we ate some croissants and, you know, melon and and basically, I don't know if this is the test to just not just to be butt naked, like not literally, but just not to buy into anything. If we can still maintain that sort of innocence and purity and get through life, I kind of get what you're saying, Alistair. The last bit of it resonated with me. Just the last bit of it, that like the long words, but I got it. I felt it. But for me, I just simplify it and say I was brought onto this earth naturally, so I don't have to really prescribe to anything to feel any different. I felt okay back then, so why do I feel I've got to hide behind labels or fashion or music or whatever it might be? Yeah, sorry, I know that's probably a little bit off key, but that's me.
No, but that's fine. I mean, I think that that instinct that you're referring to is just the thing you need, you know. And I mean, I think there's different degrees, let's say, you know, on how to achieve these things, because everyone has different needs. You know, some people, you know, have a more like, you know, like like ADHD or whatever, have more trouble like calming their mind down or whatever. So there's, you know, I think everyone has a sweet spot, like to kind of find that innocence, you know. I think so that that differs from person to person.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, Raph summed it up like, you know, a little bit ahead of the game, I think, is Raphael up on the panel. Yeah, I get it all, like the college stuff and what you said about the Aristotle and the other guy. For me personally, I want to leave all that alone and just go back to that person I was. Like Lizzo, like what are your feelings on this? If you could go back, I know what you said about like your family and everything. Was there any time in your life you just felt content, or?
Yeah. Even through all the craziness I went through, there was moments of content, I must say. Yeah, because at the time, when I was going through it, I found it was quite normal. But I was quite an extrovert and a show off, so I was lapping it up, really. You know, groomed that way to play that game, I suppose. Yeah. Can I? Before I'm going to sit down in a second, but before I go, I mean, gentlemen, I know it's a silly question from a 61-year-old man, but do you think my Creator God and Jesus would forgive me for my sins that I done? Do you think so, or did I push it too far?
No, I'm sure. Bro, you don't even need to ask. Well, I mean, look, theoretically, the church wants you to go, like maybe, you know, confess. And if you feel like you have to, I think it's pretty safe for you to do so.
So wouldn't go to a Catholic church priest.
Well, I don't think it really matters at this point. I mean, if you go,
I
if you go
don't
to
think
normal
anybody
church,
is qualified to speak for God or Jesus here, to be
well,
honest. You know,
exactly. But
and you have
I
to
mean more like on a
have to
personal level.
ask
If
for forgiveness within
I
yourself and
I do that. I forgive myself. I mean, I've just done it
yeah.
as a bit of jest before I go. But before I go, thank you so much for inviting me up. I hope I made some sense or maybe helped anyone out there in
Yeah.
the world.
Hope to talk to you again, Lizzo, and thank you very much for coming up. And again, you know, I think you are very brave to share your story with everybody. And you know, I think it means that you have overcome some things in life to be able to come up and talk about it. So I think that's a great thing. So thank you again.
And
Thank
just
you.
before you leave,
Before you go,
yes,
Lizzo,
everyone wants to
Yes.
talk to you before you leave. You go first, Fax.
go on, Raf. You've got the floor. Sorry, brother. Sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to reinforce what you already realized yourself, because you first said, "Oh, I talked about everything and it's up there." And yes, but since somehow I'm not a board member of Alphabet and Google, the videos we like only get seen by a few people, of course. So I can just encourage you and anyone, anything you're excited about to share, anytime you're excited, you go and share it, because especially if there's such a propaganda machine and they tell all kinds of whatever, anytime you can share your own authentic experience and understanding is important and relevant. At least that's how I approach it. And that's also why I'm here. So again, thank you.
Yeah, Lizzo, just before you go, Fax, like I think it would be like if you can send me an email and if you'd like to talk about your life story, I think I can provide a platform for that. If you want to share your story with us, I think a lot of people will be interested in that. I certainly would be. So just keep that in mind. Yeah,
I will keep
and
that in mind.
consider
Thank you.
that. Yeah, and if you're ready for it, then yeah, thank you.
And Lizzo, just before you go, what's the difference of me mutilating my body with drugs and living my lifestyle as a wannabe criminal gangster, being groomed by elder people to do things I didn't want to do in a criminal fraternity, than what you did in a different fraternity? I still mutilated my body with drugs. And so don't feel any different. Everyone's inclusive, no one's exclusive on earth. Love you, my friend.
Powerful thing to say. Thank you. My last thing to say, Nakacheta, that interview done with Michelle Gibson is the best thing I've seen this year on the internet. I know I said that, but that was the best thing I'd seen. I love that. If anyone missed that,
I appreciate that.
With Michelle Gibson, please go back and watch it. It was a brilliant piece of work. Love you guys. Thank you for your time, and I'm just gonna go and have a coconut. See you later.
All right.
All the best.
Pleasure, man.
Bye bye.
All right. Fresh, you've been kind of quiet, so I want to give the mic to you to share your thoughts, and then I think actually Raphael's got something that he wants to share afterwards. But go ahead, Fresh.
Okay. I've been, to talk more about the androgynous thing. I suppose, they like to make things material, right? So when they read androgynous in the old text, they do it physically instead of balancing themselves between their different characteristics, So yeah, that was just that, that's how we know who's who, kind of, in a way, right? It's like they go the material route with all this. They read the things and apply it in absurd ways, turn the thing around, right? I don't know, it might be also not spiritual and directly written like that. It kind of depends how you read it, I think. But yeah, that was just my thoughts.
It's an artificially induced trauma, whereas then solutions are presented externally, whether through substances, everyone who has ADHD because of whatever, or this gender thing, instead of addressing the internal issue of the trauma. Not even saying that it's in every case, but from what I understand in the few detrans stories I heard, in many, too many cases, there's actually, they should receive proper help and not be deluded into the idea that, oh, chop this off, add this on, and then you'll be fine, which of course is completely ridiculous anyways. But yeah, there's been a lot of, as we discussed, support for this over the years.
Is there something that that you wanted to share, Raphael? Like, is that a
yes, just
a
because
video
it
or
relates.
something, or?
Yes, I just want to share 1 minute, just because it relates in a funny way to what we are talking about. So this actually, why I found this video is because I got it recommended one time, I think, already, and looked into it, and then again because I did research on David Ewing Jr. stuff. Where, by the way, what's pretty cool, if you now enter David Ewing on YouTube, you actually get David's videos. Because before there was some historian from the US who had far less views and so on than David's videos, but he was always ranked on top. But a few weeks back, it seemed they changed that. So that's cool. But anyways, I was looking at videos which may be popular because I wanted to know. Obviously, I'm producing many presentations with David, and I find this content fascinating. So I wanted to see who else has even spoken about this. We know recently there was this pretty cool Mind Unveiled video about Jesus Spoke Arabic. And this video actually is already some time back. So this is from November 4th, 2022. And just because it's kind of on topic to what we discussed with the whole trans thing, I'll just play this, I think, for just a minute or two. And this is supposedly a debunking video. And then we don't even have to comment too much. I'll leave it up to you guys. But I just found it's kind of curious, let me say. All right, so here we go.
Muddled and mixed version of Levashov's version of new chronology, with elements that Levashov attributes to specific events and peoples being applied theory more and more from its Russian roots. And today, Tartaria believers are basically not at all aligned with Russia or Russian interests, or believing that Russia is supposedly this ancient empire. And one person that I think has exemplified this split from Russia is a man called David Ewing Jr. And he's written a bunch of books about Tartaria, but my favorite is his one about Tartaria and transvestigation, arguing that the ancient world was more advanced, and perhaps the people who have brought down this ancient empire is secret trans people. More on that in my last video, I guess. But the majority of the focus in David's books has to do with architecture.
Oh my God.
That's already enough, but I was just like, it's kind of, yeah, it's just kind of a cool combo, you have to say. And interestingly enough, it's almost the most popular video on this channel. So, but I mean, going on for a few years, but there's a few things, of course, regarding to trans. And then this is one of the like really top videos, and it's just astounding. Yes. So anyhow, I'll leave you guys to comment if you want to comment, but otherwise I think I'm not even sure about the proper word, is apparent.
Blatant.
It's funny because she actually just seems to lend credibility to the whole theory, and she. Yeah, okay, sorry. I mean, well, I don't mind saying she, you know,
We're all LARPing here.
We're all LARPing, exactly, yeah. But, and I mean, you know, she's doing her best, you know, so whatever.
No, sorry, Alexander, this individual come at me when I, there was a channel called Transvestigation, and a few other channels, and YouTube had the purge and got rid of all them channels, and they got rid of a couple of Mags channels, and then it was just left down to me. We was going back and forth, and yeah, this like they get all the help, all the like, yeah, these people are getting help. They're not.
Well, I know, yeah, of course, but what. I do find it funny that she's basically like a budget. What's the other one? There's another trans philosophy channel that's very, very well known.
Oh, Transpocalypse.
No, that's not the one I mean. It's
like one for trans, like the people who are speaking for the trans.
No. It's
agenda?
the trans person that has a philosophy channel. specifically, and
well, nowadays
I don't
we
know.
know where all
yeah,
the viewers are coming from.
yeah.
It's all the people investigating what these people are up to.
yeah, apparently, probably,
No,
yeah.
basically, but I would love to know. I mean, we don't need to go into gossip or anything ad hominem. Not interested. But in terms of generics, facts, what is your impression, or what is the real information you could glean? Because I was wondering, and I also kind of showed it, because the video did get so popular, and because I still obviously can't see the back-end YouTube algorithm. They leaked some ban lists, which were very curious a few years back, if they were correct. But I don't, of course, have any clue what's happening there now. So were you able to glean any insight in terms of funding or extra whatever or something?
It just all come about right on the money, right on time. After YouTube had the purge and got rid of the channels exposing the transgenders, this channel popped up exposing the channels that were exposing the transgenders and breaking down Transpocalypse and Trans Investigation. They were two of the channels that were taken down off YouTube. And this individual that you just showed, the transgender person, done videos breaking down those channels, saying they were talking nonsense and rubbish, and just, you know, picking up on the weakest points that were put out there, but, you know, unfairly reviewing the channels. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Okay, so you didn't have individual communication with them. You only observed the behavior.
No. We exchanged comments. I've screenshotted it. Like, we really got a little bit heated, and just, I know what they're about, and like, I didn't want to take it too far, so I kind of kept it. Like, I didn't, you know, sort of went as hard as I could, but I knew these people have got the power to remove your channel or do some damage. Yeah, so I kind of, like, because I'd already see what they'd done to Mag, see what the other two channels that had gone. So it's like not all on my shoulders. So, but yeah, no, we did. There's a lot. You can go in this person's videos and you can see my comments. Facts, nothing but the facts. So yeah.
Cool. Thank you for the real field insight.
Yes, I'm sorry, Raph. I know I'm a little bit scatty and out there, but I'm real. Like, that's all. I'm just myself, you know.
Didn't expect anything else. All right, Natch, where you want to take it? You had something more you wanted to show, or let me know.
No, I think let's wind it down for now. I'm getting a little bit tired, and oh, we got one more individual. Never mind. Let's Adam. Like Pirate, thanks for joining us. Like 4.5 hours in, but what's up?
Yes, it's to do also a mic test. If you tell me if it's good or not.
Yes, you sound
good.
The
mic is pretty good.
Well done.
Yeah,
Sounds fantastic. Yeah.
No crackling.
Okay, fantastic.
All right, well, but also I don't want to have Nachiketa keeping it. So what I'd suggest is, Pirate, anything to the degree that you listened, anything you want to comment, and then I notice I'm just taking over the moderation. So Nachiketa doesn't feel like he has to drag on, and then we just go around, and then we can wind it down. So I'd give it to Pirate.
Yes, I really find fascinating what you've shared about the waves and the electromagnetic pollution. That was mind-blowing. And maybe if we can share, I have I know a very known French let's say scientist who has came up with a very good theory about electricity in the body, and he's not well known, but his name is Louis-Claude Vincent. Maybe if you can find him or Wiki article or something, we can talk about him a bit.
I'm looking him up right now. Yes. So I'll just post the link, and just because actually, to be honest, and I'm even honest here, this topic is too important to just discuss for a short time. So what I'm doing, I'm putting the comment right here. Everyone can check it out already, because the whole bioelectricity and health thing is a huge thing. So what I'd like to ask you, Parrot, just in general, if you want to comment on anything you heard so far, anything you want to say, anything you want to add, and to properly discuss it, let's say, we'll go through it next time, I'd suggest.
Yes, and so the last thing about the androgyne agenda and so on, just to say, there is a common pattern that we found is that when they hate something, when they don't like something, they make it look bad, and they make it hateable for us. That's what happened with Islam. Everyone saying that terrorists, they don't like women. Look, they kill people and everything. So they make it look bad. They make religion look bad. They make everything they don't like look bad. And they done the same thing with gays and androgynes and stuff like that. And for me, it's very telling. So they make look bad the androgyne type figure archetype. So maybe there's something to dig there, because at the end of the day, if anyone believes he has a soul, what sex is your soul? And so that's the whole question everybody has to ask himself. I'm a man, I'm a woman, fuck those gay guys, and so on and so. But maybe this gay guy you're insulting, he's at a level you'll never reach when it comes to understanding yourself, and that you're obviously a man or a woman in your body, but that's not the whole. That's not. It's not. It's just a category. You're defining yourself here right now, but the soul is not male or female.
Thank you.
Yeah, but your body is.
Yes, for sure. Yes, for sure.
Exactly. Exactly, man.
Yeah, but no, real talk. If energy's transferable, and we're like a lightning flash on Earth, that's 70, 100 years. I can see how they've, the spirit's pure, and it, but the body is, while we're here, it's not, it's so. They take natural things. I get what Pirate's saying. They get natural things and twist it and make us hate it. They make us hate the natural things, or the unnatural thing. I don't know. I'm getting tongue tied. Like, Pirate, you got the floor, mate. I get what you're saying, but I can't say.
Yes. When they don't want us to dig a subject or to yes, they gonna make it look bad. So we're like, fuck that, and we'll always hate that thing or anything related to that. So now anyone who is a red pill, anything about gay people, gender thing, he's gonna have an allergic reaction to it. And that's the whole success of the PSYOP.
Yes, well, I can only say overall I agree. This is being used on both fronts, even with racism and everything, which I also honestly think is very recent invention. Always playing around with the groups, exalting them, and then letting them fall really deep, and then people can tread on it. Yeah, just for the divide and conquer BS. And yes, take natural inclinations and completely twist them or exaggerate them and whatever else. So yeah.
Exactly, it's what's happening. Just to end this, it's what's happening with nationalism today in Europe. Everyone has forget how nationalism was so bad, and now everyone is like, we have to go back to nationalism.
Yes.
Because the immigrant and so on. But bro, you forget we lost everything with nationalism 100 years ago.
Yes. But because they are now, after 100 years, they have been brainwashed enough to believe that they gained everything, So I listen to too many politician talk shows, and yeah, that's Of course, that's the idea. All right. Are you finished, Parrot? Then I'd go over to Facts.
Yes.
All right, then Facts,
Look,
you have the floor.
I'm too chatty patty, like talkative. So I've said enough. Like, thank you for letting me be part of the panel. Thank you for the chat. Really enjoyed interacting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's a few things that could be said about hermaphroditism and things like that. I think it's interesting how alchemy approaches the subject, but I've also been, lately been kind of suspicious of that as well. So that I think I need to think of that a little bit longer.
Suspicious of anything lately.
Yeah, I know, right? It's hard to get a grip anymore. But yeah, I think I've said enough as well. So thanks for having me on. And we'll continue next time.
Thank you, Manifestopheles. Fresh.
Yeah. Thank you for having me on, Nachiketa. And I don't have so much to say really. Maybe I have a little contention with the nationality thing. Maybe there's some discrepancies about what really happened, because I'm under the impression it was internationalism that created, the whole thing, with the Jays, with the small hats, and so on, right? So yeah.
Also true.
So yeah. But
we'll discuss this further. Yes.
Sure, man. But we are created as we are created, right? And we should respect that. And we, so that's just it, kind of, and keep it natural and so on. But thank you for having me, and good night.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nachiketa.
Well, thanks everybody for being up here, and just for future reference, when you can kind of tell when people are like done talking because they stop speaking, right? So that's the only thing I really ask, is that people give everybody an opportunity, and it's the moderator's job to kind of intervene if the person is kind of going too long or going on a tangent or stuff like that. But generally these discussions are pretty smooth, and would like to continue having these smooth discussions in the future. And one more thing, Boba Fett, it was I who timed you out. You are welcome to have an opinion that you don't like Islam, but if you keep saying like Islam sucks shit, or fuck Islam, things like that, I will time you out, and I will eventually ban you. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I think it's good to just kind of try to be respectful towards everybody, and somebody is not good or bad because they're Islam or Hindu or Buddhist. So you're trying to like put everybody into that one category, and I just don't think that's very cool. That's all.
Awesome. Well, I'd also just like to thank everyone. I think we covered quite a range of topics. Didn't even watch so much videos, but there was a lot to say. Thanks for everyone contributing, also in the chat and listening in. And yeah, catch y'all next time. Thank you, Nachiketa.
All right. Thank you, Raphael, for today. And I will see you guys soon, I guess. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. I do kind of feel like I need a day off. And on Sunday, I think I have Tartarian Truth. And then next week, I got some things lined up. So we'll do one of these open panels again, at least once next week, if not a couple times. So take care, everybody. Bye for now.
Good night.